Hello, guys. I'm running a bit late. I have the moves here. It's in advanced French. I'll be with you shortly. Okay, I missed. So Anna's queen is on b6, but I missed what white did. What was his move? Okay, someone has the moves. You can tell me because the board it's a little bit differently, I guess. Anna set it up that way so that we can so that the camera doesn't overheat, but the board is a little bit small, so I can't really tell. Well, now he's moved his knight to f3, but I can't tell what his previous move was. And bishop to d7. Let me open chat, maybe. They will have the answer for me. Oh right, it's yeah. Okay, I have yeah, I realized it's white to move, so yeah, I didn't miss any move. Okay, chat is here. I'm with you. And he goes bishop e2, I believe. So yeah, thank you Hypnogen for all the moves. I will go into the chess.com board now. And soon enough we'll have our layout ready. Yeah, it's a French advance. I don't really know how can I zoom into the cam. Well, maybe I can make it bigger and yeah, maybe I will try that once we go to the other layout, because maybe nothing will be visible. I mean, I was on some other streams in the morning, and the board was barely visible in some of them. I was like, well, I can't see anything. But yeah, hello to people in the chat. And by the way, thank you. We have to have been thank you to Just CPQ for the 50 memberships on YouTube. Or are they 50? Or are they 60? I think there's 61. So 61 memberships. Thank you so much. Okay, we have bishop to b5. So let me find the board. That is easier said than done. There are like 45 boards. There. And big thanks to people who are keeping track on the moves, by the way. Okay, we're almost here. Yeah, that link's not gonna work for me because they're in different tabs. Okay, so we have. Okay, let me go to the other layout. Okay, everything should be in order. Oh, actually, this works nicely because I'm not hiding the players. Okay, so we had e4, e6, d4, d5. White opted for the advance French, e5, c5. This is the main line. c3. Anna played queen to b6, knight to f3, bishop to d7, bishop to e2, I believe, and bishop to b5. I will flip the board, Lubo, in a minute. Bishop b5. White took on b5, queen takes b5, and knight a3. So this is the current position. Anna is with black pieces, so I'm gonna flip the board. So this is Anna's position, and she is thinking here with black. I'm assuming this is some kind of theory. Our opponent is GM Pranith Vupala from India, 2500, as you can see. Strong opponent, as we said in the morning. After her win, she is due to face some much stronger opposition. And we have a friend. I think that Anna-Maja prepared, well, in the limited time that she had, prepared mostly against e4, so maybe she saw that he plays the advanced French, and she's going for this line, which seems to be quite good. I'm a bit biased because we did get rid of our light squared bishop early, so there won't be much for me to roast in the position. And also we're preventing currently white from castling, and I think the queen is probably going back to a6 to keep white from castling. Yeah, so Anna did win in the morning. She beat a very formidable opponent who was better for most of the game, but in time trouble he kind of collapsed defensively. It was a Caro-Kann fantasy. I think it was a really exciting game, so if you guys missed it, there will be a recap probably coming either tonight or tomorrow morning on YouTube of this game. I would advise you to not miss it. It was a really exciting game. And today's game, tonight's game, I should say, she's facing this Grandmaster. I think she was expected to play another Grandmaster, at least while I was away. I mean, it is a holiday in Greece where I live, so I had some time with family. We had a nice meal. I did take a little bit of a look at the Discord to have an update, and they were saying that she would play another Grandmaster, some English guy, but apparently lots of people taking buys for the evening round, which is kind of expected, right? I mean, especially as Queen to A6 being played, we're still in the opening. Especially as people are kind of tired, 2 double rounds, one on Saturday, one today, and yeah, I can understand why people want to take last minute buys. Like, okay, I won't play. Let's enjoy the scenery. Let's enjoy this. So, how do you like the overlay, guys? I think it's quite nice, especially if the camera doesn't melt down. I think it looks a bit cooler to me, the place that the camera is, so it might not overheat this place. The quality is pretty good. The board is a little bit small. I can see the moves being made if I'm careful enough. But you might have to tell me one or two moves if I'm being distracted. But it does look pretty good. Okay. Is this rapid? No, this is classical chess. This is 90 minutes for 40 moves with a 30-second increment. And from move 40, you get an additional 30 minutes. So this is classical chess. You prefer to zoom in a little bit. Okay, I will try that maybe. Is there a place you can see the standings? I don't know if the commands work on YouTube, but you should be able to do exclamation mark results or some, I don't know, if some mode is on the YouTube chat, they can help you post a link to the chess results website or something. Okay, so you guys probably want me to zoom in, right? How many buys are they allowed? I think as many as they want, provided that it's not on the last rounds. And we have d takes c5, so that is the move the opponent played. And the idea, we have seen this already in a kind of similar looking idea in game 3, where Anna-Maja was playing against Anishka. The idea is that after bishop takes, white wants to play b4 and gain some space in the queen side, perhaps threatening the move b5 as well, which would block the queen from disabling castling. And yeah, I'm going there. Anna got rid of their worst bishop already. That is correct. That is definitely good for us. And in fact, white did lose a tempo, so he played bishop e2 and then took on b5. So that's probably good for us as well. So I think that we have quite a good position at the opening. Of course, this is probably still theory. So yeah, still in theoretical territory here. Bishop takes c5 has been played. I remember her talking about this bishop d7 to b5. Sorry, I missed that. Being some prep from long ago in some team theory, not exactly this true in this exact line. Yeah, this is a common idea in the advanced French, I would say. So b4 has been played. Opponent looks quite a bit well prepared. The headeds with an knight and f8 is no mate, proved a lie. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the morning game. Yeah, I guess the problem was more that, you know, knight and f8, you're not mate on h7, but there could still be mate on other squares, right? And Anna used the f6 square, and funnily enough, actually the mate was delivered on h7. So even if black did have a knight on f8, white managed to get a knight on f6, and also had two heavy pieces looking at the board, so she was able to checkmate. Hello guys. Hello my boy Magnus Kiri. Hello Jenny. Welcome. I guess c4 is not so good here because white is down a tempo compared to the lines I know. So c4. Yeah, okay, I like this b4 move. I think black is black has to find, well, she can't go to d6 like she did in her game against Anishka, where she was faced with a similar question. So I guess the question is, do you go to e7, do you go to b6, or do you go to f8 even? I would say e7 is normal, although that square she might want that square for the knight, so I'm not so sure. Maybe bishop b6 would have some merit, also looking at the king side. Yeah, and c goes for bishop b6. So bishop b6. Ooh, and the computer doesn't like that. The computer thinks that white is quite a bit better. Okay, thank you, Screws, for being in the YouTube chat. Pranith is very strong. Yeah, Pranith is a very strong player, so we've got quite a tough task here. I mean, as you can see by his title and rating as well. But of course, we do hope for the best. I mean, he might be a little bit tired after the morning round or whatever. And Anna-Maja might be able to trick him somehow. She's been training hard in the gym. Yeah, I mean, Stamina is important for chess players, especially if they want to play in such tournaments with double rounds. So, yeah. Hello, David. Welcome to the stream. If we go knight h6, is that bad? It is an idea. Usually, a lot of French players do that to kind of tempt white to give the bishop, and then they take with the pawn. Now here it's a bit weird because the c file is also open, so I'm not sure where the black king is going after knight h6, bishop h6, and also we do have the e7 square here. So I think what Anna-Maja, why she put the bishop on b6 is she wants to have the e7 square for the knight. So I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a knight on e7 going to e7 in the future. So how much time do the players have? So they have 90 minutes. The clocks will be shortly up, I think. They have 90 minutes for 40 moves with a 30-second increment. And from move 41, they get an additional 30 minutes. So in total, they have 2 hours per player with a 30-second increment for each move. That's a big block of pieces on the A and B files. Yeah, Anna's putting her entire army pretty much on these queenside squares. Vupala is Anna-Maja's opponent. Yes, he's playing GM Praneeth Vupala. Anna Kramling played a draw after 98 moves, 5.5 hours. Wow, she must be pretty tired. Yeah, I did look at the game. It looked kind of drawish. Then she lost the pawn. So I'm actually happy she saved the draw. People were saying before the game, obviously I didn't have much time to go into her chat, but people were saying that they played again in some Realton Cup game and they made a draw again. Okay, so we have a move c4. So white is being playing this very accurately so far. So I'm wondering if Anna-Maja has been caught in some prep. This c4 move looks very dangerous. I'm gonna try and attempt to make the camera a little bigger because some people want that. So let us zoom. Would that be okay for you guys? Or do you need me to zoom more? I think that's about okay, right? Is that Salimova in the back? I think so. Yeah. Very good. Okay, thank you. So yeah, if the cam is like that, I think that's an appropriate level of zoom. We see another presumably Indian guy. He looks like an Indian guy. Checking. I mean, if there is any Indian in chat, I wonder why Praneeth is spelled with double R. Like, what is the purpose of the extra R? Did you say it differently than if it was with one R, or is it just some transcribing error from Hindi or something like that? Pro streamer, thank you, Blue Boy. Yeah, this is round 6. A draw last year. Yeah, so yeah, it was correct. Presuming people's nationalities. Yeah, I like to do that. I mean, I hope people don't find it offensive. I mean, I don't mean it in any bad way. Transcribing error. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because it's weird, right? I don't think there is. There's probably the only chess player whose name starts with PRR. It's a weird constellation of letters. So main point, I guess, is this allows white to castle. Yeah, so we haven't really talked that much about the game. Yeah, so this b4 and c4, white is gaining critical space in the queen side. This might look a bit loose, but the idea is that after, if black takes on c4, white castles, and there is this b5 move, which is probably really scary to face. We're a bit restricted here. This queen, especially after b5, bishop d2 is very, very short on square. So I don't think we can take. I think we would be in a very weird position. So the main point here is that this allows white to castle. I think black here should prioritize development or something like knight e7, maybe. I don't know. This is probably some theory. If people know this line, I don't play the French advance. I mean, obviously I don't play the French with black either, so I wouldn't know much about it. But my feeling here is that, yeah, we should probably go for some quick development because white's about to castle and white's about to open the position up. So, and this b5 is very scary. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to be caught kind of in the crossfire. Now, the issue here is that after knight e7, let's say white castles, again, there is a threat of b5, so we must be careful here. And the computer already likes white quite a lot here. I wonder if there is like some trick that we can use, because I can't see how we stop b5, queen a5, bishop d2. Where does the queen go? Like, let's say we go with a move like knight d7, white goes b5, we go queen a5, white goes here. Did I miss anything? Oh, this knight is hanging. Yeah, okay, that's what I missed, looking from afar. So you can't go bishop d2 that easily, I guess. But still, this b5 move is always quite a threat. There is an Italian guy called Alexander Proi. Okay, sorry, thank you for the information. I was wrong then. There is another guy. What is the purpose of the double T in accent? That is true, yeah. But yeah, a lot of times people are, oh, guys, we might be losing the count already. Oh no, that was not a good idea, I guess. Oh no, please don't die. Oh no, melting. Ah, we had this issue already, like 3 rounds. I hope that by putting it more in this, more in a shadowy place, it would fix itself, but it seems like not. Yeah, that's not very good. Oh great, it's melting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think it's coming back, guys. You're gonna be stuck with me, I think, for the foreseeable future. And to make it worse, I don't think that chess.com broadcast is working either. So, yeah. Did she play knight e7? Good question. I don't think so. At least I didn't notice it. I think it was still her move when we had this situation. Okay, that was unexpected. I actually expected this to work. Okay. Let's see. Let me turn it off. Okay, let's turn it back on. I don't think this will work, but yeah. I mean, if people know any settings that might help, please let me know of them. Yeah, we have the gray thing. Imagine the camera comes back in 3 hours. Ay. Okay, yeah, I guess, guys, you are stuck with me because I can't see anything. It's also super zoomed in, right? So, yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to look from the board. Now, the thing is, Yeah, the problem is not on my end. The problem is this phone. It has some problems with heat, I guess. I'm here to magically fix camera by paying tax. Yeah. Okay, so we'll soon move. What I want to see is the chess.com broadcast working? Because I don't see any clocks. So let's see. I'm refreshing, which might mean you guys will have to remind me of the moves. Yeah, so the chess.com broadcast is also broken. Very nice. So yeah, apparently did they delayed it for 30 minutes this time, or what is the problem? Yeah, so now we have no moves. So guys, I deleted all the moves now. Okay. Okay, so let's do this again. Okay, the camp probably is not gonna work. Let's go to the... Let's go here. Okay, oh, I have the camp there. Okay. And let's have the board. Right. Oops. Okay. I'll try to fill as much of the void as possible with these logos. Although probably still gonna be kind of a weird layout. Anyway, yeah, okay. So we will have to look at the games again. I think the delays increased. Leech's broadcast says the transmission will start in 5 minutes or so. Aye. So maybe they increased it to 30 minutes, I guess. Okay. Iceland was scheduled to melt. Yeah, guys, maybe it's the volcano, you know. Volcano melted the camera. That if anyone comes to the chat, we will tell them the volcano is responsible for the camera. I don't think it's fixed, right? I see some white lines, like it's doing some weird things. But I think from our experience, when it's like this, it doesn't really come back, right? So yeah. Or because they have 0 minutes delay on streams, so 30 minutes delay on broadcast, 15. Okay. So we know what were the starting moves, right? So we can go over them, I guess. So e4 was played. So the French, we all know that is Anna-Maja's favorite opening, and we had the advanced French. The camera is still trying. I mean, if it comes back, guys, I will bring it back, but it doesn't look like. Yeah, it's just okay. Can maybe make it a bit bigger, but it doesn't look like it's gonna work. So yeah, I think you guys are stuck with me, unfortunately. So e5, c5 is what we played. C3 and queen b6. There is also a line with knight c6, but Anna is playing queen b6 first, so that she will get this bishop out quickly to b5 and trade it. That is the idea. So white played knight f3, bishop d7, and here white kind of lost a tempo against this bishop on e2. You can try to reach out to the arbiter. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the mods say so, but I'm not sure, guys. I can't. I don't think I can take responsibility for all of this, because you know, this might distract Anna, and she might already be in a difficult position, so I don't want to ruin it for her if she needs to think. Yeah. What are the technical sides? I mean, I think it's just her phone that is recording. So, yeah. Can you ask if we can get live board feed? That could be a good idea, although I don't think they will accept that. But yeah, you might reach out to Ingvar or some, I don't know, some guy, and tell him the problem, and it might. But I don't think they're able to arrange that, right? I'm not sure. Okay, I will not get into that. Anyway, let's go to whatever moves we had until the delay, until the stream comes back. So we had bishop e2. Anna played bishop b5, and the opponent traded bishops, went knight a3, and now he went for quick idea with b4, bishop b6, and c4. So this was the position. Yeah. So Anna-Maja, yes, she likes to trade her bad bishops. I'm a bit afraid that she might have been caught into some kind of prep, because the computer really likes white here. And there are some issues with the move b5, so our queen might feel a bit uncomfortable. But I think it's fine for black, so yeah. Can I check other boards yet? I mean, I can, but if you want me to check other streamers' boards, you can just go to their streams, right? There is no point in me covering other streamers. This is Anna-Maja's channel, so I'm supposed to cover her game, not others' games. Yeah, I'm not sure what is wrong with the broadcast on chess.com. Like, it should be, even if they had 30 minutes delay, it should still be here. It's 4:35 Icelandic time, so the round has started 35 minutes ago. And I know we started on time because I was a bit late. I was here at exactly 4 Icelandic time, and that was exactly when they shook hands and started. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, you asked. Thank you, Vlad. Thank you. So yeah, if you can help us with kind of the moves, like I was gonna say, if someone could turn it on and off the camera, it might work, but I don't want to distract Anna. Although this might, this is better distraction now than in some time trouble, I feel. But okay, I'll leave it up to guys who know better, I guess. Is queen a6 bad? Okay, so I think queen a6 was the best move, right? And queen a6 is the only move to stop white from castling. Like, if we go back to, let's say, d7, I mean, white can still do this kind of trick, right? Now, the only problem here, yeah, if you still try to do the same, the queen, I think, feels much better on d7. So maybe queen a6 was a slight mistake of some theoretical mistake, maybe. But anyway, we know that the actual position that we know was like this. So this is the current position. We should have moves now. Well, I don't see any clocks yet, so I'm assuming maybe I should refresh again. Live PGN exists? Where can we get that? We have moves. Guys, I can't see any moves. Looks like the splodge of pink moved 97. Okay, if we have moves, please direct me to them so that we can analyze together. How do I get camera feed? So Anna uploads her camera feed to a server, and I get it there as a media media, how's it called? Media source. Yeah. And there are some weird settings which Anna told me to put, and I put them. And it has been working, but apparently, I don't know. This refresh. Okay, so the moves are there. Okay, I will refresh. Okay. So is this position live? Probably not, right? Because the times aren't correct. So Vlad, is this is still delayed, right? Because I doubt that they are on equal time. But anyway, this is the position we talked about. So maybe Anna thought for a while. Yeah, the clocks are... It has to be about 15 minutes delayed. Okay, we can work with that since this is the last position we had. We will just be 15 minutes late again, so Anna will have to fill us in on the game. But okay, this is fine, I think. I mean, we have gotten used to it with the camera meltdowns. I don't know if it's a problem of the app transmitting the thing. I'm not sure, because in the morning it had some hiccups, but it was mostly fine, right? We didn't have any problems in the morning. So, this is a bit strange. Yeah, so... I mean, I don't want to diss iPhones on stream, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's her phone. The last move was bishop b6. That is correct, yeah. So white played b4. We went back to b6 and c4. And I'm guessing that Anna was already thinking for quite a while when the camera melted. So yeah. Hello, Anna's cam doesn't work. Yes, I'm aware. Unfortunately, her phone has some issues, it seems. There might be a private study where I would need to be added to see the live PGN. Yes, you can add me there. I cannot show it on stream though, so we'll have to open it up in a new tab and maybe on my phone, and then I can get the moves from there. But do it please if you can. Hello Jim Silver. Yeah, I know the camera. You don't move the bishop to b6. Oh, so what is the correct move? Is it bishop to e7? Probably, right? I mean, I'm trusting the GM here. But isn't the e7 square for the knight? That was my thought. Three were bishop e7 instead of bishop e6, winning for black 100%. Two were bishop f8. Yeah, bishop f8 also I thought might be interesting, because you get this knight to e7, you don't block your queen. And bishop b6 has been played before, apparently. Yeah. Now if you... Okay. We're waiting. If we could get live moves, that would be nice. It would be like advancing 15 minutes forward in time, you know. It will be time travel, basically. Bishop b7, bishop f8. Okay, yeah. So the bishop should have retreated on this diagonal so that it doesn't block our queens. Maybe the queen needs the square b6. That is the reason. So our queen has a little bit of trouble. I think Anna would have played knight e7 here, which apparently is the only move. Otherwise, white gets some huge advantage. I mean, to be fair, white is already threatening like b5, c5 after castling. These pawns are very dangerous. Vlad doing useful stuff as manager. Yeah. Um, since today was a double round, there wasn't much time to play around, and Anna-Maja understandably has other things on her mind. Yeah, that is true. Like, we're sorry for you guys being stuck with me, but I would prefer that that Anna is not distracted during her game than, okay, you guys will be able to see her live video reactions. I mean, we will be able to get her on call after the game anyway. If we miss something, she can explain. You guys can ask, and she will answer your questions anyway. So, they say living in the past is not healthy. Time travel to the present times, exactly. Um, can we advance to the end so that we can see the win and go to sleep? Unfortunately, I can't. We can't time travel to the future, only to the present. So, yeah. So apparently Anna thought for quite a while on this move, which makes sense because here she has uh, to find an only move, apparently. So if she plays something random like knight, let's say knight to d7, yeah, white also. Okay, how does white win here? White is completely winning apparently. Hmm. Okay, maybe white is also threatening some knight to b5. Since your last move was c4, you're protecting the b5 square for the knight. So this actually also might be a problem. We didn't talk about this move yet, but we are threatening to go to d6, and this is probably why this bishop should have been kept on e7 or f8, so that when the knight reached d6, we would be able to take it. But now this bishop is threatening to go here, and there is not much we can do about it. So if we go now knight e7, well, I mean, this looks very unpleasant. And there is also c5 coming. Yeah, we're getting kind of squeezed. Um, why are you calling me five head? Did they do something weird? I don't know. Okay, so that is the reason why knight e7 is the only move, because here after knight b5 we're quickly castling, so our king gets to safety, and yeah, if knight d6, I guess we can just go with, I don't know, knight c6. Well, that knight c6 allows b5 though. Maybe knight d7. That is the move. Yeah, and okay, white is still slightly better, but yeah, the bishop also needs to defend c7. Okay, so let's do it like this. So this is the move we have played, right? Bishop e7. So here c4 is not possible because bishop will take on b4. So this prevents c4 basically. White has to play something else. Um, so yeah, that's basically the reason. But now that c4 is being played, knight b5 is a threat. Uh, five head finding knight b5. Yeah, the reason I found this move is because I looked at white's last move, and I looked what does this move change in the position. So this move, one of the changes it does is support this square. So this move is made possible. This move is a big change because it wasn't possible like this, but it's possible like this. So yeah, it's oops, what am I doing? It is yeah, knight b5 is one of the changes that this is made. Apparently queen d7 is better than queen a6. Time for me to update my notes. Okay. Noted. Yeah, queen a6 probably is a slight inaccuracy. The queen was The queen was better on d7. Status update, keep an eye out on leeches. I asked Ingvar to ask you to the private study. He hasn't seen the message. I gotta run in the next 10-15 minutes. Okay, so did you give him my username? I mean, he probably knows my username, but okay, I will check it out. So if they're adding me, I will check it out and I will update you guys. Because it doesn't seem we're getting any live moves. It is believable that Anna-Maja would think for a long time in this position, because I think she might have realized that she's getting a bit tricked. But yeah. OMG said the AL word a lot. I mean, guys, they're helping us get the moves, right? So, I mean, I don't know. Okay, let me log in the cursed website. It's nice the stream that says the .com logo. But yeah, I don't see anything. I guess. Yeah. Yes, he used to stream there when she started out 4 years ago, I think. I mean, she had her 4-year anniversary recently before this tournament, so yeah. 55 watch stream, that is a long streak. Congrats, Abby. I'm proud to be part of that streak, that you didn't abandon the channel even when our streamer is not here. Not by cam, not, yeah. This cam is looking weird, but... Okay, so I'm waiting to be added so that we can get the live feed. Hello, Cross Hearts. Can I intro myself? Yeah, you can use exclamation mark host that Screws already did. You would be on 63 if Twitch didn't scam you. Oh, okay. Interesting. If you rotate the camera 90 degrees, it's a big sim. David keeps asking me to rotate the camera 90 degrees. I think he's into sideways chess or some crazy variant like that. You had 30, what's the stream? Next stream you got stuck at 30, despite me being there and riding. Okay. The next stream I had 1. Oh, so yeah, Twitch. Yeah, reap streak, I guess. Can I tell us the story about how I got a lo-fi LP? Well, it was a prize from a chess arena, from a chess.com arena. Shout out chess.com. And I think Anita was the one who told me you won. Please provide your address. So I gave her my address, and 2 months later, or even 3 months later, a postman came to my house when I was away, and it's like, we have a gift for you, please come and take it. And I went to the post office, took it, and it was 2 vinyl discs actually from Lo-Fi Girl. So this afternoon, after the morning round, actually I didn't win. I think I got 3rd place in that tournament. I think some GM won it. It might have been Benjamin Boak who got 1st. Because I remember that in the last game of that arena I played against Benjamin. I was lost, but I offered him a draw and he accepted, because it was the end of the arena. So it was like the last game, we had to get it in very quickly. We made 20 random moves, and I offered a draw and he accepted. So I got 7 extra ELO points for that. Yeah, it wasn't that lost though. I think it was like +1 for him after 20 moves, which is good, I guess, against the GM. Yeah, so I think the first place was it might have been Jospem in first, or some Latin American guy. Second it was Bok, and third was me. I think I'm not entirely sure, but I think that was like it. So top three were winning this vinyl disc, and this afternoon I went to my dad's place where he has this machine that plays the vinyl disc, right? But so look at that. Um, it was kind of weird because usually, the old vinyl discs, they were actually made out of vinyl. So, it's this black thing that that plays. I'm checking leeches, by the way. Don't see any. I don't see any update. So yeah, it's usually this thing. Now this lo-fi girl thing, actually, the music is written somehow on some kind of membrane, some kind of protective thing outside of the disc. It's kind of weird to explain in English. I'm sorry if you don't understand anything. But basically what happened is me and my dad, we were trying to kind of remove that because we thought it was protecting, but it was actually where the music was written. So what happened is we destroyed one of the discs basically. So yeah, so only one see moved. Oh, well, I can't see the move. That's interesting. Why can't I see the move, guys? Oh, do we have more moves? F? Huh? No, we don't have an F. Guys, let's see if the stream breaks. Yeah. Oh, just F, you mean F5. Okay. I will refresh. I don't know why it doesn't automatically add the moves. Okay, so 97 was played. Good. The problem with refreshing is that I have to flip the board every time because Blue Boy apparently cannot see the moves if the board is not flipped. So, yeah, 97 is played, which is a good move. It's the only move. We have to get quickly castled, is the point. Because knight b5, 96 is coming. So there. F for disc. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so one of the discs is broken, but then we managed to get the other one to work. So at least we have one of them. So I'm sorry to lofigirlenses.com for breaking one of your discs. I can press X. Well, I tried that and it didn't work. So, yeah. Blame Blue Boy. Yeah, that is what I wanted to elicit as a response. Can you rotate the board 90 degrees? It's okay, the lo-fi stuff sounds all the same. I mean, the one that was actually working was pretty good quality. And my dad was really surprised. He's like, how can you do that? Like, it's not actually made of vinyl. So they advertise it as a vinyl disc, but it's actually made of some kind of paper, and the membrane above the paper is it's having the discs. So am I familiar with Fanos Haralambos? Yes, I've played him before. He's playing in Reykjavik. He's like a 1800s guy, I think. I wouldn't say he's that underrated. He's doing very well in the tournament. But I'm kind of surprised. So either he's having his tournament of his life, or the opponent has been the opponents of him have been I don't know. Chess.com chipping out of, but that was my fault. That was not Chess.com's fault. Chess.com's fault was that they sent it 3 months after I won the prize. But yeah, he's playing Chieslak. How is that pronounced? No clue. I think he's an FM Chieslak, right? So he should be able to win. I think easily. I wouldn't say. I would be very surprised if like this guy. I have played him OTB. I've beat him twice, I think. Although he has gotten better recently. He's my age. He's 25. But he's playing a very good tournament. Yeah, you writing it with the Polish thing is the S with the thing doesn't help me pronounce it. So I remember them. They were cheap discs you might find in a magazine to put on your record player. What? Okay, I don't know what was that referring to. Do I have to left click on the board first? Again, I'm left clicking the board and then going X. Oh, it worked. Okay. So next time Blue Boy asks me for me flipping the board, I will do that. Hopefully that didn't change anything in the stream. Yeah, we'll keep blaming Blue Boy, by the way. Okay, so here, yeah, we shouldn't have any more moves. So White is thinking, I'm wondering why White is not castling immediately, right? So I guess White would prioritize development. Maybe he's trying to somehow take advantage of this awkwardness here. But I don't think it works, because after b5 we go queen a5 check, right? So, and bishop d2 we can't do that because queen takes a3. Maybe moving the knight actually would make sense, but then we lose c4. So if White could play in one move knight c2 and b5, White would be winning a queen, because the queen would be trapped. But you can't do that, fortunately for Anna, because the moment you go knight c2, I take on c4, I'm winning. So yeah. Say Spanish C and cut it short. What a weird way to pronounce letters. So it's like su. It's the normal su, right? Su. Yeah. The board looks so empty. Do you mean the layout looks empty? I apologize for that. I don't know how to make a proper layout, because the cam is weird shape. The board is also weird shape. The overlay used to be different. It used to have Anna-Maja's cam, but that broke down. Nope. Yeah, I was pretty sure that was wrong, but yeah. If you mean this board looks empty, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's still the middle game, right? Opponent is thinking, which is good for us, means that he is also out of book, probably. Oh, we have some Polish guy in YouTube chat. It's called Archduchy of Austria. He says S is similar to Dutch SJ and CI is similar to Dutch TJ. Well, I'm not Dutch, so I don't know how to pronounce those either. SJ, C, something like this, yeah? So, his name is then something like Tiesilak, something like this? Or that sounds very weird. Okay, I'm just butchering a random Polish guy's name for no reason. I blame GM Solver for that. It's the S in Siema. Siema. No? Isn't that how you say it? I don't know. Guys, stop trying to teach me Polish. I will never learn. Yeah. You probably have a better time teaching me chess than teaching me Polish. It's the English sh. Okay. So, Czeslak, something like this. Czeslak. Blame me for police letters. I mean, you started the Cheshlag uh, conversation. Oh, I just said a different name. Okay, we're getting there. The camera melting is a ritual. Yeah, it's true. It's a bit sad though. I'm a bit sad for Anna because she's very upset when we tell her the camera is melting. But as long as we're able to follow the game, that should be. It's like Hostno and Chest. I think those are pronounced like this, right? Hostno. I learned that. Okay, I'm not added to any Licha study, by the way, so I don't know what Ingvar wanted. But yeah, he probably forgot. Um, Hello Slomka on YouTube. Yeah, Slomka is probably having fun with me trying to pronounce Polish. I guess. Yeah, I'm very bad in these languages, like Polish, Hungarian. I've also butchered quite a few times. Say Chicago, Chicago. Isn't that how you say it, or do you say Chicago? I mean, in Greece we pronounce things very weirdly. So Chicago, C. So it's like a soft C, something like this, right? So is it? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's go back to the game, guys. Um, Experiment. If you record some clip of the game and put it on loop after melting. So I put like another game or the beginning of the game looped. What percentage will notice? I mean, I think our community is pretty invested in Anna's game, so I think they will notice. So we're teaching you Polish. I mean, I could teach you guys Greek. We tried that already, though. What about Queen B3 to protect the knight? Yeah, so that is a good move, I think. Queen B3 with the idea that now the knight is protected. We're threading B5, right? So yeah, that might be the plan. That might be a good move. For instance, if white castles, and then B5. Okay, computer. Maybe we have this check though. So white has to castle as well. I feel like so white has to get the king to safety. And now, yeah, b5 now is a big threat, so we have to deal with it. Probably have to pull this bishop back to d8 or something in order to have a flight square for the queen on b6. It's a bit awkward. Queen b3 is definitely a good move, I would say. So, well, yeah, the bishop on c1 is protecting the knight. The point is that after the queen moves to a5, let's say white plays b5, we go queen a5. We want to put this bishop on d2 to attack the queen again. So that is why we need an additional protector to the knight, so that in case of b5 queen a5, we can move the bishop with the thing protected. Check DM on Discord. You should have live PGN. Okay. I wish there was an easy way to do it. Okay, so we should have the live moves shortly. Let me go to Discord. Okay, I have to open it. So I'll be with you shortly. We are going to time travel to the present. Okay, shout out to Vlad_chess for helping us, and also shout out to Zibit for being so helpful and providing us with live moves. Okay. So let's see. Can I see the moves? Ooh. Okay. Thank you, Vlad. Okay, we can see the live moves. I will make them on the chess.com board soon. Thank you so much. Okay, let me get back to the layout. I will be careful not to show them on stream. Not to show the cursed website on stream. Ping me on stream chat if something is wrong. Okay, okay. See you, Vlad. See you, Vlad. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Refresh the board again. Hammer has to keep reaching to get... guys, we have the live move, so we are about to get a lot of moves. And yeah, okay. So knight e7. So white has castled. White has castled. Anna-Maja also castled. White played the move c5, attacking our bishop, and Anna-Maja played the move bishop to d8. So this is the live position. Currently, it's white to move. Yeah, white to move. And the clock times, we also have updated clock times. Clock times are 58 minutes for Pranith and 1 hour and 6 minutes for Anna-Maja. So Anna-Maja has played these moves pretty much instantly, and Pranith has been thinking pretty much the entire time. So that confirms our suspicions that the chess.com broadcast has a delay of 15 minutes. So actually we're up on time. White is thinking in this position. And I'm not sure if Jim Solver agrees with me, but I think we have quite a fine position. We have solved the problem of a awkward queen and bishop. And as long as the position is closed, I think this is pretty fine for black, right? Because there is no light squared bishop, which is important. Like the light squared bishop here, if there was like a bishop on b1, it would be a very big killer. I think actually if there was a bishop on b1, there might even be some bishop takes h7 ideas here. But as long as we've traded the light squared bishops, my intuition says that black should be fine. Now my intuition is often wrong, which is why I'm a bad chess player. So Jim Silver says he's allowed knight to d4. So yeah, this is interesting. Like knight d4, maybe some ideas of b5, I guess, as well. Maybe, you know, some b5, queen a5, knight b3. Maybe our queen is a little bit awkward. So the main problem here is probably our queen. Can we solve this problem by going b6 and queen back? Something like that, right? I mean, as long as we manage to consolidate this position, this is basically a good French for us, right? So if we, let's say we manage to trade queens or something, that would be amazing for us, because if you notice this pawn on d5, so after white played c5, we already have a passed pawn on d5. So if we manage to solve the problem of our awkward queen, then Anna-Maja has a perfectly fine position. So this b6 idea might be important here. Now, is it tricky? It is, because white will get b5 with tempo and then go c6. So white will also get a passed pawn on the c file, which might be very dangerous because it's very advanced. But we might be able to undermine the pawn with the move a6. So the line goes like this. Knight d4, we go with b6. b5, we go with queen c8. And c6, we go with a6. That was what I thought. Does this work? I mean, our pieces still look a little bit passive, but it does seem to be kind of holding. I mean, at some point we will be able to take here and then take here. That is my feeling. Yeah, as Jim Silver is also saying, yeah, take on b5. This looks like it's barely holding somehow. So that is why I'm guessing the opponent is thinking here. Yeah, this is exactly like this emote that Jim Solver is probably the #1 user of it. It's exactly like this emote. The world is burning, but we're holding on, basically. Does this allow queen a4? It does. I mean, white can put a little bit of pressure, but I guess it should be fine. I mean, we can also put our queen on a5. Yeah, but that's also possible, I guess. Because bishop d2, we always can take the bishop d2. Can always take the queen on a3. My arrows are all over the place. And then we can go with bishop c7. So this is also maybe a possible idea. Okay. Hello Zilanzen, welcome. Who is our host? Yes, I'm Akchat. You might remember me from Twitch chat, but yeah. I mean, I would probably also prefer queen c8, but if both are fine, that's even better, right? It means that Anna-Maja has a choice of good moves. Hello Frogo, hello Mikhail, hello. Yeah, I don't know about Border Sister stealing the views. What I will say is that we're probably the only stream that has the live feed. Okay, so we actually have another move. White played here the move queen to b3. So you didn't play knight b4. Instead, queen to b3 was played. So that was the move chosen by Pranith. And now it's Anna-Maja's turn to move. Update on the clocks. Pranith has 58 minutes. Anna-Maja has 1 hour and 1 minute. So they're pretty equal in time. I think other streams have live cam. Yeah, we don't talk about that. So yeah, what do we think of this move? It looks normal. It doesn't look like it threatens much. Okay, maybe b5 is a threat. So maybe here, again, we could consider b6, but again, b5, queen c8, c6, a6. I think this is normal. And in fact, black is a tempo up compared to the knight d4 line, because the knight is now on f3, and of course, the knight would prefer to be on d4. So actually, this is a better version. This is a better version of the of the position with knight d4. So queen b3, we could go b6 and try to get a better version of the position. Can we do anything else? We can maybe go. We do even have enough time to go queen c6 back to d7 if we need. And yeah, queen c6 back to d7 is also an idea. And that will allow us to bring the knight to the c6 square. So we can even make it by without allowing this b5 c6, which grants white a passer. So I think Anna has very good chances of consolidating here. This, by the way, is move 14, just to notify you of the move number. Anna is playing the black pieces again. I mean, I think so far she's had 3 white and 3 black games. This is round 6 of 9. And yeah, that's her 3rd black game. So, yeah. See you, Jim Solver. See you later. It looks like Anna-Maja is learning. I love the guys who are trying to analyze the cam. For me, it looks like 5 pixels. It looks like abstract art to me. I'm just leaving it here because I don't really know how else to fill the layout, honestly. But yeah, it does look kind of funny. Okay, let me close Discord because I don't think we'll need it. The cam is a good way also of knowing where the game ends. When Anna ends the game, this thingy here on the bottom left will turn black, so we know that. She's played 2 fantasy and 1 Italian. That is correct. Yeah, that has been their white openings. And as black, she has played an exchange Slav. She has played a London. And this is her first game as black facing e4, which is a French. So, knight d4 has been played. Alberto, what? Alberto, are you stealing my live feed? No, knight d4 has been played. Oh, okay, so Anna made a move, which we didn't talk about, and it's kind of interesting, I would say. So Anna here played the move b7 to b5. So she's not going b6, but she's going b5 instead. So this is also giving a passed pawn to white on c5, but it's at least preventing the issues with b5. So it does make sense. I am worried a little bit that this pawn might become weak at some point, because I see this knight is coming to d4, and I'm not sure who is guarding this guy. In fact, yeah, after knight d4, what are we doing here? How are we preventing the loss of a pawn? Strange. Okay, I'm not sure here. Okay, so I would be a bit worried. The computer doesn't seem to be that worried. The computer thinks b5 is a good move, but I don't see it. Yeah, exactly. Knight d4 doesn't win a pawn. That is also my thought. But Anna has to have some plan here. Maybe some counter attack. Could it be knight c6? But knight c6, you can take this guy, and if I take this guy, yeah, okay, I'm taking back the pawn. Maybe this is the plan. It does look a bit scary though, right? These pawns, allowing these pawns are a bit. It looks a bit suspicious to me. He was thinking queen a4 here, but queen a4 it just takes the pawn, and we lose a pawn. So what is the point of doing that? Yeah, queen a4 does not defend, guys. Queen was already defending the pawn. What were the moves after bishop d8? Let's go back. So bishop d8. Why does this keep happening? I think queen b3 was played, and we went b5. Actually telling everybody off for specifying which knight when only one could reach the square, then say knight c6. That is correct. I should have said knight b to c6. Okay. Knight b to c6. Black Market Zero, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. You have to go clock in. Good luck with your work. And thank you so much. You see people in the camera? Guys, don't make me look at the camera. There's a head. There is everything you can imagine to be, I guess. Okay, so b5. White has played the move knight to d4. So white is asking us some questions. What are we doing with this pawn? And Anna is thinking. And an update on the clock times. 53 minutes for Pranith, 1 hour for Anna-Maja. So she is up about 7 minutes, which I'm assuming she will use on this move. And it's a bit strange because this pawn appears to be hanging, so I'm pretty sure she had some kind of idea when she played b5. Now, I would have preferred the move like b6, but it's okay. You think the camera is coming back? Guys, you're making me look every so little. No, I don't think it's coming back, guys. Okay. I wish there was a way to turn it on and off, but I can't do that. I can't remote control Anna's phone, unfortunately. How about bishop c7? Okay, let's try that out. That might be a move. Attacking e5. But what happens if I just defend this pawn? How does that help defend the b5 pawn? So, yeah. You attack the pawn, I defend it. But the problem of the b5 pawn remains. And it's a little bit strange that Anna went for b5, right? Because, I mean, I would have expected b6 here. Okay, wait. So here, right? I mean, b6. Maybe she was afraid of b5, right? Maybe that's why she went b5. Because she didn't want to allow a pawn on c6. Which makes sense, because this pawn looks very scary. Like, obviously you can tell that the engine evil now is... Okay, black is better, apparently. But, of course, players don't know that during the game. And, yeah, this position might seem scary. As people in the chat said, there might have been some queen a4, putting this pin into perspective. Black looks a bit uncomfortable here. The engine likes the position, but it has to be said this is not an easy position to play. So that is probably why she didn't go b6. Instead, she went b5, which outright stops b5 for white, but it allows this knight to come to d4. So white's maybe winning a pawn. And Anna hasn't moved yet. She's down to... Oh, she just moved. Okay, so she played the move we've been talking about. She played knight b to c6. So I guess she's aiming to counterattack the f4 pawn. Now, obviously here, as Matthew says, we can't play f4 because the knight is hanging. So that would not be a good move. I'm guessing white will still take on b5 here and will allow the trade of pawns. We would have two pawns in the center, but white will have two very scary looking pawns in the queen side. So, yeah, Anna is playing Screw's suggestion, it seems. So we're still very much in the game here. We're not losing a pawn, at least not in a way that I can see, because there isn't a way to defend e5 that also keeps the attack on b5. So the only way to defend e5 here would be probably to take the knight and then try some f4, but then b5 is no longer attacked. And actually, if white goes for knight c6 and we take back, yeah, I think black has already equalized here. Like, we have stabilized the position. Each side has a passed pawn that is blockaded. Our queen is slowly coming back into the game. Maybe queen b7, queen e7. I see no issues for black here. Where I see issues for black is knight a takes b5. And here, okay, we can take on e5. The evil didn't seem too happy with knight h takes b5. I think that is the best move. Like, there can't be really any better move here, I think. So knight takes e5, and you see white is quite a bit better here, and that is due to the fact this pawn are about to become active. Actually, move knight d6 might be a very big problem, because b5 is coming with tempo, c6, so a pawn will appear on c6. Now white has to also be very careful in pushing these pawns, not to lose them, because black has some serious ideas on the center. Like, this position is not without hope. The engine might say white is much better, but even for a GM, I think this kind of positions are quite hard to play, because the engine might see, might calculate better than anyone, but these pawn races often are evaluated wrongly. So let's see how the game continues. So this is the move, knight b to c6, and Yeah, going like that. Um, Anna Mod Arena. We should do a mod showdown. Now that Nordi is also going to get a feeder rating. I mean, if enough mods get a feeder rating, they can, organize like a closed tournament between themselves and arrange the results in such a way that they all gain rating. Because some people will have, a K of 40 um, because it's their first games, and then other people can gain their rating, and you can make a very um, complicated fixed game system that pushes all you guys to the FM title. So, mod norm tournament, yeah. And then, if you're very nice and sweet to Anna-Maja, after you get the FM title like that, you can organize a norm tournament, and maybe Anna-Maja can get a norm based on that tournament. Imagine if you need 3 norms to become a mod. Yeah. Actual plotting is farming. How come I don't mod for Anna-Maja? I mean, this community is very active and I'm a boomer, so that wouldn't be very good. I wouldn't be of much value. Actually thinking like a true paid actor. Okay, so it looks like White has played the move Knight A takes on B5. So that is the move. And I guess Anna will shortly take this guy on E5 to even the pawn count. The clock situation, the live clock situation, by the way, we're the only channel that has this. No, okay, I'm not gonna flex too much with that, because I'm really thankful to the guys who gave me the permission so that we can have a good stream despite the cam issues. But yeah, the live clocks are 57 minutes for Anna-Maja, 49 minutes for Praneeth. So those clocks are completely wrong, actually. Interesting. Okay. But Anna-Maja is up 7-8 minutes. That is good. Is it time for me to join my brother Casper on the farm up stage? Yeah. You can see live clocks on Alex Bode's game stream. Oh, you can. Oh, they have the cam is showing the clocks. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So my claim was wrong. Was Knight A takes B5 played? Yes, that was the last move played. So it's actually black to move in the live feed. Yeah, this is one of the rare times when you can write 5 moves, 5 letters or numbers for a move in your score sheet. You write Knight A takes B5. That's one of the longest sequences you can write. Well, if it was check, you could add an extra cross. So Anna-Maja is not taking the pawn immediately. So maybe she's thinking about other ideas. I wonder what could those be. What is the longest sequence you've ever had to write on a score sheet? Good question. I mean, I've played about 500, maybe even more games, OTB games. Maybe even more, actually, now that I think of it. Definitely more. 500 seems way too little. Anyway, I've played a lot of games. So I'm sure among them there will be a 6-letter sequence. So something like Knight takes Knight G takes F2 check is 6 letters. Ah yeah, promotions also, yeah, right. So promotions like A takes B8 equals queen check, that's actually 7 letters, that's even longer. So a capturing promotion with check is probably the longest you can get. 7. Hello, rookie. Welcome. Welcome. E takes d6 EP. Yeah, I don't usually write EP. I would just write E takes d6 if that happened. But yeah. You could also have something like Queen A8 takes d4 checking. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you have multiple queens, you could also do that. But I do not remember a game where I had more than 3 queens. I don't think I've ever had more than 3 queens OTB. Because my opponents resigned before that. Okay, we don't have a move yet on the live feed. Yes, rookie. Camera is melted again, but the organizers were very kind and they gave us access to the live PGNs. So this is the actual live position that you see. This is ahead of the chess.com board. King knight 3 xq. What? Is that descriptive notation? If it is, then I don't think it looks exactly like that, right? Sounds a bit strange. I'm not an expert in descriptive notation, but yeah, descriptive notation can get quite a lot longer, I guess. Okay, my camera is out of focus. Work, please. Thank you. Old notation. Yeah, I mean, the reason why it was scrapped is probably because it was too old to write. Wow, the clocks are totally wrong, by the way. So in the live feed, white has 49 minutes and black has 52. So I don't know what chess.com is doing with letting his clock run down to 44. You woke up to start playing chess in 2023 and they changed the notation. Yeah, that's... actually disrespecting his elders. I mean, I don't live in a country with great chess history, so in Greece we never wrote with descriptive notation. So it was always algebraic with Greek letters. So no, I'm not disrespecting my elders. Blame chess.com. I mean, yeah, the clocks are definitely misleading. It's like white. Um, it's like white is thinking all this time when he isn't. Let me refresh this. Yeah, no, it looks like she's thinking. So is there a Greek opening? Greece has no history. I mean, we have a very rich history, but not in chess. Is there a Greek opening? I don't think there is. Some Norwegian guys called f3 king f2 the Greek opening, but there is no evidence that this was played ever by Greeks. So I think this is just an attempt to insult Greece because they can't beat us in the Olympiad. And yeah, they're just salty. I mean, imagine having Magnus and drawing with a country that has 42600s. So yeah. So Anna is not taking the pawn on e5. I guess she's afraid of some knight d6, some ideas like that, right? But what else is there to do? How else can you play? Maybe you can try something like queen b7. Try to get some counterplay against d4. Try to maybe play the move a5 and break up the pawn structure. try to disconnect this pawn somehow. But this is a pawn sacrifice. It's a hard move to make. Going down a pawn. Yeah, so naming the troll opening was the only viable option, yeah. I don't know why they called this that. I mean, Magnus called it. Okay, so this is actually the moves he played. Queen to b7, just as I'm speaking about this. Queen to b7 is the move. And the idea, I think, is to allow this a pawn to move. To go a5. Trying to have some counterplay, basically. So if white defends the e5 pawn, let's say by means of f4, then we would probably go a5 here. And this is aimed against these guys. a3 is pointless because after 8x b4 there is no 8x b4. So white probably has to take, and we take like this. And at least we get rid of the connected passers. And this pawn might be weak in the future. So yeah, this is probably the idea. Another idea here is the move a6, much simpler idea, which just basically is a direct attack against b4. So knight d6, we will be able to take on b4 with a queen if I'm not blundering anything. And again, we disconnect the pawn. So black wins back the pawn here. So I guess that after queen to b7, white will probably go for something like bishop to b2. So that prevents the a5 idea, because after a3, ab4, the rook will be defended on a1. And it also, against the a6 idea, white can take here first, and then after we take back, you can play knight to d6, and oh wait, that's not the move. What can you play? Yeah, I'm sorry. You can play knight to d4. Okay, you can play knight to d4 and indirectly defend this pawn on b4, and the next move is a3. And why does this defend the pawn? Well, after queen takes b4, there is knight takes on c6, that wins a piece. And after knight takes b4, there is a3, exploiting this spin because the queen on b7 is unprotected. Owen's defense is also called the Greek defense. Okay, that's interesting. I've never heard that before, but don't know who called it that. I mean, Owen's defense I can live with. It's a decent opening, but yeah. Weirdly, it's also how the English defense starts. Interesting. Okay, queen to b7 is the last move. So Praneeth is taking quite a thing here. Anna-Maja has 51 minutes and Praneeth has 45 minutes. So Anna-Maja has a small time advantage, but white is up a pawn. So yeah, white is better here. Black is trying to create some complications, create some counterplay for the pawn. Hopefully drag the opponent into some time scrabble. I think that is our best chance here. If both players could get into a time scrabble. Of course, Praneeth is a very strong GM, but he is human, right? All humans can blunder, especially when they're short on time. So I guess our best chance is to complicate the position enough and hope for a decisive mistake, which, as we've seen on the second game, where Anna-Maja faced GM Kjartansson from Iceland, GMs can make mistakes as well. So it's not like we lost a pawn to a GM, game is over. Anna-Maja is that strong that even if she loses a pawn to a GM, she can still hope for a later mistake. Like if I lost a pawn to a GM, it would probably be game over. But with a strong player like an FM 2200 plus player, it's never over. GM has to work if he wants to get that win. So Of course, the GMs don't blunder as often, but they do still blunder. So that's what I'm saying. I like that Anna-Maja is staying ahead of the clock. I really like her time management in her last, I think after round 3, where you could say that she blew half a point because of time management. She was very low on time. She had to make critical decisions with low time and couldn't find the winning moves. Both round 4, round 5 wins, great time management. She has always kept the time advantages, pressed her opponents on the clock, and that's pretty much how she won both games. Like, their opponents got low on time and they made mistakes. Of course, that was against low-rated players. It's harder to do that against the GM, but it remains to be seen. White. Okay, so White did respond. Okay, so White played bishop c1 to a3. So he's protecting the b4 pawn. So that is, I guess, aimed against the move a6. It's also aimed against the move a5. Now, if we play a6, White's probably going to take on c6, yeah, and install a horseshoe on d6. This is what White wants. So how can we continue here? Notice that we can still, by the way, take on e5. Of course, that allows knight d6, which is a bit scary, but we can restore the material balance. So Pranith didn't think it was necessary to defend the pawn on e5. So he says, you can have back my pawn, but I will press you on the queens. And bishop a3 is actually a good move. It's a good move because, you know, it helps advance these pawns, which is how White's gonna win this game. Like, if White's gonna win this game, it will be on the queen side. Now, can Anna find some good counterplay here after bishop a3? It remains to be seen. What about a5? What about this move? I think, again, White's plan is the same. So White wants to take this guy and go knight d6. And if we go a takes b4, well, I hang my queen, so that doesn't work. We have to move the queen, let's say queen b8, and then we can go with b5. So yeah, this is the plan for White. Bishop a3 is a good move. It is just to protect the pawn. Exactly, yeah, just to protect these weak pawns and prevent the counterplay. So you see how a GM thinks about the game. GM thinks about the game in prophylaxis terms. So he's like, what is Black's plan? Why did Anna play the move queen b7? And he realized that she played the move queen b7 because she wants to push the a pawn, create some counterplay against b4, either by a6 or a5. So he realized, what if I don't bother about my pawn on e5, but instead stop White's counterplay? So a very good prophylactic move here by White. Now, Eric is asking, can we take on e5 and then go knight c4? It could be cool if we could do this in one move, right? But unfortunately, again, White goes knight d6. So White is first to control the c4 square and also attacking our queen. So this means we need to move the queen away. And now, let's say it goes like rook to e1, attacking the knight. If we now go knight c4, the knight can just be taken and White wins a pawn. So this will not be a good idea for us to go knight c4. However, we could still take the pawn on e5. It is a bit of an awkward position, but at least we equalize the material. So yeah, I'm not sure. This is a tough position, guys. This is now Anna has to come up with some clever ideas here because it's looking kind of rough. It's looking like White is stopping all the counterplay and just trying to convert with an extra pawn. Gioacchino Greco was the Italian player who played the Owen a lot, and he may have been Greek. hence Greco nickname, in the 1600s. Yeah, there was a lot of Greek decent guys in Renaissance Italy. There was also famous painter El Greco, was I think in Spain or Italy, I don't remember. But yeah, maybe that's why the own defense is called the Greek. And the Greek gift, I think it's because of the Trojan War, right? Where there was the Trojan horse. That's according to the mythology, the Greeks hid inside the horse, and that was how they conquered the city of Troy. So, Wikipedia says it's not clear. Okay. So, yeah. Let's see if we have any more moves. Okay, we do. Okay, so Anna took the pawn on e5. So she decided, you know, if white's preventing my counterplay against b4, I will just restore material equality. So she couldn't find anything better, and she's just choosing to take the pawn and, you know, say, okay, you know, you have these good pawns. It's on you to prove that you can win with them. And white has played pretty quickly the move knight to d6. So this is where we are at. Now black faces a tough task ahead of her. She is kind of pressed here in the queen side. This knight is very strong. These pawns are running down the board. But material is equal. So yeah, and as long as we can somehow blockade these pawns, we might be able to come up back into the game. So yeah. Oh, it could be a reference to the Trojan horse, but it could also be in honor of Greco's games. Yeah, Greco was a guy who published a lot of short miniatures back in the 1600s. There are many rumors that he actually fabricated his games, though, because his opponents often made ridiculously bad moves. So, yeah. But maybe that is how people played chess back in the 1700s. Okay. So Anna has not moved the queen yet. So she's probably picking a square for it. And by the way, clock update, both players have 44 minutes. So these clocks are completely wrong. I'm assuming they will run down white's clock to 0. It looks like chess.com has completely messed up the clocks. The actual times, yeah, each player has 44 minutes. So, and yeah, no, people weren't using stockfish in the 16th century. Okay. So, I think I'm going to take a moment, and as Matthew redeemed hydrate earlier, I'm going to pour a little bit of orange juice, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the board. There's not gonna be any updates where I'm at, but I'll be with you shortly, and we can maybe see if there are some move updates from Anna-Maja's games. So yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask in the chat. I will see them when I come back. See you in a moment. Okay, we're back. Um, oh, Deadmate is the number one cam enjoyer. He just comes for the cam here. He doesn't care about the chess, doesn't care about the analysis. Just wants to see the pixels. So, oh, you can see this. Wait, you can see my notifications. I didn't realize that. Let me hide them. How can I hide them? Well, I can make this bigger. Okay, now you guys cannot sneak on me. Time is white 43, black 58. That is wrong. The correct time is white 44, black 39. So Anna-Maja still hasn't moved after 96. Oh, you're here for the chess as well. Wow. Okay. Greca's notation, the fool's mate. Black king's bishop's pawn, one house. White king's pawn, one house. Black king's knight's pawn, two houses. White queen gives mate at the contrary king's rook's fourth house. That sounds very poetic. Yeah, I mean, imagine you have a game like chess and you don't have notation for it, right? This is a primitive approach of how would you try to notate a chess game, I guess. Like, yeah, of course it's very redundant. Remember, this is how people used to write as well. Like in the 16th century, you know, old writing was much more descriptive than modern writing. So, and definitely they didn't know what an algebraic system was. So that was introduced much later, actually. I think the algebraic chess notation was introduced like in the 60s even. It was post World War II, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I mean that is readable. It means f3 e6, g4, queen h4 checkmate. And they had no increments with this all. Yeah, of course, and like the primitive example of a time control is like, yeah, 5 hours for each player or however much they gave. So yeah. Deadmate is trolling. That sentence is more readable than Hungarian, Deadmate. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, Anna's still thinking. So what is a good square for the queen here? Let's think with Anna and try to figure out what the best move is. So how many squares are safe, right? So queen can go back to a6. We probably don't want that because b5 comes with tempo. Queen can go to d7 and queen can go to b8. So I think that's the only two possibilities here, I think. So let's see, queen d7. Where does the queen go from there, though? Guess it keeps an eye on b5. I'm a little bit worried that after b5, c6 might come with tempo. So I think I might actually like queen to b8 more. Oh, queen c7 also, yeah. Thank you, trader. Queen c7, yeah. For some reason I thought this is not possible. But queen c7 is also a move. Actually might be the best move. Yeah, because queen b8 looks a little bit passive, right? We might want to bring the rook to the b8 square, in fact. So yeah, queen c7. Queen 7 makes a lot of sense here. But we do have to move the queen somewhere. So, and I'm guessing that white is going to play b5 after it quite quickly. How did round 5 go? We won. We beat what was his name again? Zach Kamsdale. So it was a crazy game. We sacrificed the pawn to open the H file, and eventually our opponent defended a little bit too passively, and Anna was able to capitalize and attack with her knights and eventually sacrificed the queen to give a checkmate. Opponent was kind as to allow the queen sack, which was quite obvious, but extra brilliant moves for clickbait YouTube videos can never be bad. How is the camera doing? Well, the camera is doing as usual. It was actually fine in the morning round, or well, 99% fine. I'm not sure why it died so early. Like, there must be something wrong with the location, I guess. It looks like they changed the location, but it looks like the new location was even worse somehow. I don't know how they managed to do that. But yeah. People expecting the camp to work well isn't holding us. I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think is a good solution? Like, Anna-Maja has two phones. Maybe we can tell her to use the other phone, even if the camera is a bit worse. Maybe it will be more resilient. Do you think that could be an idea? Dina moved for some reason. Yeah, I think a solution could also be to move to a different place so that the camera is not exposed to the sun, because she's kind of at the edge of the playing hole. But it looks like they did move her to a different spot, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Use an actual camera and the phone as a hotspot? Really? Wouldn't that cause network issues though? I'm not sure. Better worse cam than no cam at all. I agree with that. Yeah. Okay, so we actually moved. Okay, so Anna-Maja has played queen c7, and white has played the move b5. So this is the update. White pretty quickly, in fact, played b5. So white's putting some pressure on our queen side here. Now the computer does not like this move, and it jumped quite a bit in black's favor. Maybe now it's deciding it does like it. I mean, it's a very weak computer. I don't think there is anything tactical going on here, so I don't see a reason that the evil will spike. I mean, white is up a... No, white's not up a pawn. Wait, I'm joking. It's 6-6, so we're not up a pawn, but okay, I guess these pawns are enough to guarantee white the advantage of how much? Plus 1.2, according to the engine. White is better. Yeah, white has a little bit of a bind the queen, so you can imagine the rooks coming from behind to support these pawns. This pawn may be advancing to c6. We must be a little bit careful about... I think this rook is actually going to cause some... to have some problems soon, so maybe we have to already take some measures to protect against c6. Which would eventually maybe force us to give up the rook. I'm not sure. I don't really see any active moves for black here. Maybe rook to b8 if we want to play something like a developing move. Yeah, the computer hated that move. Problem is, yeah, rook to c1 is gonna come, and it does look kind of tough. It does look kind of tough here. After b5, knight c8. Yeah, that was also... I was also thinking about knight c8, trying to untangle, right? Trying to challenge this strong knight on d6. The reason I was thinking is because after... Well, that prevents c6, basically. So c6 is impossible on account of knight takes d6. And if white takes on c8 and plays c6, then now, because there is no knight on d6, we have enough time to play rook e8. Now, of course, white still is better. The passed pawn on c6 is very strong. But at least we've gotten rid of the very annoying knight on d6. And maybe we can put this knight on c4, as earlier suggested, and claim some squares for our own. Finally, some counterplay, right? So, knight c8 does make sense. I really can't imagine the sun is causing this. I don't know. I mean, it's strange that both morning rounds the camera was fine, right? So I could imagine the sun is causing it, but it would be very strange if they moved to a new location because of the sun and it was even worse. Yeah, so I am not sure. I'm not sure what the thing is. Okay, let's see. Camera just wants to do some abstract art. Okay, so good news for you guys. Anna has thought for a long time, and for me, of course, like I'm also Team Anna, obviously. Let me go back. Anna has thought for a long time, and she played the move knight to c8. So that is the position White is thinking, and the times are 41 minutes for White, 35 minutes for Black. So knight to c8 has been played. It looks like Black is hanging on here. Black may be hanging on by a thread, but we are still in the game. And as long as we're in the game, anything can happen. So, yeah, knight c8 has been played. This is move 19, as Blue Boy is saying, so we're about halfway to the time control. We still have quite enough time, like 35 minutes is good, especially since our opponent also has about 35 minutes. So as we move to the second half of the 40 moves, okay, we're slightly worse position, but it's not lost. We can definitely fight. It is looking a little bit uncomfortable, but a good thing about this kind of positional bind is that if White makes some threats, a lot of our moves are forced. So let's say, for instance, White takes. This is a move that can be played instantly. c6, this is a move that can be played instantly. So this is good for us, of course, because White is the one who has to think how to convert the advantage. It's not like White is attacking us on the king side where we have to make some defensive move. White's probably going to do some positional threats. That is why, if I was White, I would be thinking more about some general moves like rook c1, rook b1, trying to involve more pieces, not really directly threatening something, but just improving my position and trying to force Black to be the one coming up with a plan. Now, of course, Black has an obvious plan. So if White goes like here, rook c1, probably Black wants to remove this knight from d6. C takes d6. Queen d7. I think that is maybe the idea. Notice how this bishop on d8 is covering the c7 square, so no rook c7. I am a little bit afraid of the move knight to c6, which might be very annoying, but I think Black holds here with knight c4. Maybe. Although White can maybe suck here. This looks interesting. I don't know. Maybe White is winning still after this. But, yeah. That Nordi win still looks sweet. Nordi is playing against a gentleman from the United States in this round, right? Some guy born in the 60s. So when he was born, Fischer was still a young prodigy. Is probably past his prime, so Nordi might be able to make it 2 in a row on the double round, and that would be amazing. Okay, so we're in this position. Let's see if White has made a move. Not yet. So White's clock is down to 37 minutes. He was past his prime. We were doing PP no pumpers. Yeah, I mean, he might be feeling in his prime. People are saying, age doesn't matter. Your actual age, it only matters how you feel. I mean, I feel like a boomer. I identify as a boomer, even though I was born in, well, I was born in the 20th century, so I guess I am a boomer compared to, for instance, Anna-Maja, who is born in the 21st century. So, yeah. I do identify as an old guy, especially in chess, since most of my opponents are younger nowadays. Hello, Brian. Welcome to the stream. Good evening. You feel like you're 2? Okay. You can identify as a baby as well, I guess. All right. So let's see. What can white do here? Will he trade on c8? The thing is, white cannot move his knight back. So I think that is why Anna played knight c8. And it's a really good move. There will be no knight on d6. One way or another, we're getting rid of this guy. Now, whether there will be a pawn on d6 that would be equally annoying, maybe. But at least there isn't a problem with the knight. b6, knight b5, still queen will have c6 or d7 square. Oh. So white might be thinking about b6 is what you're saying. Can't we just take that? Ah, a takes b and then this you want. Okay, I'll put it on the board. Computer doesn't like it. Yeah, I guess the queen just go to c6, right? Queen c6, I don't see what the problem with that is. I mean, sure, you can go back to d4 or will return back to c7. You can make a draw. But I don't see anything better for white here. We will take the draw, I think, in this position. But yeah, b6 might be some way to force matters, but I don't think white needs to do that. Unless it, like, if I were white here, I wouldn't play b6 unless I was confident it wins me the game. Because it's gonna throw away all my advantage if it's wrong. Cam going crazy every time I come back. The cam looks different. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry about the cam. I don't think we know how to fix this problem. I don't think we know what's causing the problem either. So let me put me here. Why am I just realized I'm not in the center. Let me fix that. Okay. Nobody told me. All right. Okay, so let's see. Do we have any moves? Not yet. So now Anna-Maja is ahead on the clock. She has 35 minutes. The opponent has 34. Now, you know, maybe I should refresh. No, the clock should still be wrong. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to refresh, right? Yeah, the clock should still be wrong. I can tell you the time. So the time is 35 minutes for black, 34 for white. White's time is thinking. And they have 20 more moves to make for the time control. So, rook e1, where will the knight go? Good question. Okay, so let's see white plays the move rook to e1. Where does the knight go? I guess the knight wants to go to c4, right? But unfortunately, we can't do that because, well, the knight will take on c4 and then we lose a pawn. So what we can do here is maybe go with the bishop to f6, protect the knight, and then in the future, when we remove this knight from d6, as we said already, knight d6 is bad. Well, knight d6 cannot leave from here. So when we take on d6, the knight will be able to go to c4. Welcome back, Jim Solver. No. So what happened is we managed to get the live feed. The clocks on chess.com are completely wrong. They're kind of weirdly frozen into white's turn. The actual clocks is Anna-Maja has 35 minutes and Pranith has 32. So that is the actual clock situation. And the actual position is here. So white is thinking after the move knight c8, which is aimed against this guy on d6. This guy cannot stay there long term, but white might be able to install a pawn either on c6 or just let us capture and install it on d6. So So white will have some advanced pawn that presumably is the reason why the evil bar is in white's favor, I guess. But as long as we're not down material, I think we have any chances in the war. Like this, I want to get Jim Solver's opinion. Like, I would say this is a really tough position to play. Like, of course, white is better, but it's not clear how to convert, how to convert the kind of initiative we have in the queen set into some tangible advantage, right? Because black might be able to destroy our pawns somehow, and then the 2 pawns in the center will be very hard to play against. So Blueberry says, I'm waiting for Jim Solver line that gets Anna out of this mess. I mean, it looks like it's not that big of a mess, but yeah, as Jim Solver is saying, like, white will have to do something. White would have to either make some sack or something like that to get something going. Because, okay, these pawns look nice, but you have to break through. Yeah, this actually, we went over this exact line where you were away. So we said that, yeah, if white plays a slow move like rook c1, we actually went over this exact line. So knight c6, yeah, and knight c4, and we said that this might look good for white, this exchange sack. So yeah, white would probably have to do something active like this, like kind of sacrifice, try to break through. Maybe the other rook's coming to c1, some ideas like this, and yeah, try to find moves like that. Of course, knight c4 is not forced there though. Can maybe do something else, although our knight is hanging. I was thinking bishop f6 maybe, but maybe not, because there is knight e5, bishop e5, rook c7. Yeah, I'm not sure if this line is forced. We did look at this line actually, and we said that this might be white, what white's going to do. But let's see. I thought about rook e1, but what about f4? Then where will the knight go? So you really want to disturb this guy on e5. Okay, where will the knight go? Okay, so we can't go to c4 again. So what happens if we go to g6? What is the idea? The computer doesn't like my move, but okay, you want to attack this knight, but what is the purpose of you doing that? Like, do you want to go here and go c6? No, I still have the rook e8 idea, so this is still good for me. E6 looks weak, says Max. I mean, sure, but you don't have any pieces to attack it. You only have a knight. You don't have a light square bishop. Maybe you want to play f5. That could be interesting. Yeah, that could be a problem actually. Could we have some kind of bishop f6? Wrong piece, bishop f6. Kind of in between. It looks complicated. f4 might be an issue. Yeah, f4, f5, this might be an issue. Jim Solver says f4, knight d6. Oh, so we make an in-between move. Ah. Yeah, because f4 opened up this diagonal. So after c takes d6, this might look like it wins a piece, but what I missed is queen b6. We pin the knight. And white has no time to take, because if takes, we take here and actually we win this pawn, and black is better. So after f4, f4 doesn't work because of knight takes d6. And black is actually in good shape. So yeah, f4 would be very interesting. I don't think a GM will fall for this, but I might have fallen for this and played f4. But f4, knight takes d6. I don't think he will fall for this because knight d6 actually is what black wants to do anyway, right? If white plays a random move, let's say rook c1, this is most normal, black will probably play knight d6 anyway. So we will have this position that we've talked about. So, and here we were talking about this sacrifice on c4. So probably white has to go into this line and Yeah. And go like this. Does Anna have really 1 hour of the pawn just to move 39? Neither. It's just the chess.com clocks are completely frozen for some reason. I will give you the actual clocks. The actual clocks are 28 minutes for white, 30 for black. Actually, we do have some moves. So, yeah, they went down this line we discussed. So white played rook a to c1. Anna took on d6. C takes d6. And queen d7. So this is the current position. White is thinking. And white's time is 28 minutes, black time 34 minutes. So yeah. Anna is a little bit ahead on time, but they are both getting quite low. Year 2000 is the 20th century. I'm sorry I missed this comment. Wait, what? Is that true? I always thought year 2000 is the 21st century. I mean, I was too young to remember. But wasn't there this whole thing with, the world will end because digital stuff are not programmed to enter the new millennium? So if it's a new millennium, surely it's a new century as well. There was no year 0. Yes, that is true. But how does this change my comment? Oh, because then if you want like 1 to 100. Okay, I see. I still consider it the 21st century because it starts with a 2. Okay, everyone whose birth year starts with a 2 is basically a kid. Also checking mostly Simon Mouchard game, which is some intense positional struggle. How is the guy who I can't pronounce doing against the Greek guy? Actually comment. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry for the nerd comments. I'm sure you're not used to those. Okay, white has played knight to c6. So that is the move. Now, the threat here is against this knight, which is... I mean, Max wanted to threaten this knight. White actually found a clever way to do it. So this knight now has to move. Can I refresh the chess.com page to fix the delayed times? I could do that, but the times would still be wrong. So, is there any point? I don't know. Okay, I will do it to get... so that you guys can get an idea of... so it doesn't look too skewed, at least. I will do it. I remember the moves. Okay, so now blue boy is happy. Is he? Well, X doesn't work. That's probably because it's lagging. Okay. So the moves from this position were rook a to c1, knight d6, cd6, queen d7, knight c6, and black to move. Yeah, so I can't see any other move besides knight c4. We went over this line already. Knight c4 is probably the only move, because if we take on c6, obviously that is really bad. Like you can't allow white to have 2 pawns like this. There will be many tactics here. d7, for instance, picks up an exchange almost instantly. This is very bad. We don't even consider it. Bishop f6, defending the knight. It probably runs into some kind of something like this. This might not be terrible, in fact. Bishop f6 might be a consideration, but knight c4 just looks nice. The only problem here after knight c4 might be if white gives up the exchange on c4 and tries to play like this. Can I rotate? I mean, if there was a button that rotates the board 90 degrees, I would press it. But yeah. Yeah, so I think knight c4 will be played. In fact, okay, so knight c4 was played and white instantly sacrificed the exchange on c4. So d takes c4, queen takes c4. So Pranith had seen this line from afar, obviously, since he's a GM, and this is the current position. So black is actually up in material here, believe it or not. Black has an exchange for a pawn. However, white has terrific compensation. This pawn is very dangerous. This knight is very, very well placed. Our rooks aren't that active. Our rooks are doing almost nothing. But it is the hope. We could actually even consider like sacrificing back here maybe at some point, I think. Like bishop f6, connecting the rooks, maybe bringing this rook over to c8. And if the queen moves away, we could even sacrifice back the exchange on c6. That is my thought. And try to navigate this position. It's still not over. There's some a6 stuff. And it says winning, but white needs to be precise. So I'm guessing you're taking some other better engine, because this one is saying plus 0.6, which I don't think is winning. Yeah, so there is some a6 ideas as well, undermining this knight on c6. I guess, yeah. It's hard to play though for black, I would say, because it's the kind of position where one wrong move can lead to a disaster. On the plus side, if white can't convert this, then we might even have the advantage here, actually. So it's actually on white to prove that they have compensation for this sacrifice. Like we can just develop our pieces, bishop f6, rook c8, something like this. Oh wow, the Polish guy is losing. Wow, this Greek guy has the tournament of his life. Like I promise, this guy is like an 1800. So I don't know. I have beaten this guy. He was not that great. He actually played in a tournament where I played recently, and I scored more points than him as well. So I didn't expect him to be able to beat Polish FMs. I mean, I don't know. He maybe is having a really good time in Reykjavik. Yeah, or maybe some chronic investigation is needed. But he is a nice guy. He is a good guy. We used to play all the time because he's also born 99 like me. So we used to play in school championships. We were the same grade. So I remember his name because I mean, he wasn't that good. Like I was pretty bad as a kid. I was pretty average. I was like maybe among the top 10 of my year, but not more. And he was even worse. So yeah, he was definitely not a child prodigy. But it seems he's worked on chess recently, because he's definitely having a great tournament. So yeah, we'll see how the game goes, of course. But yeah. Yeah, the problem with Greece is that we are too poor to travel usually. So we play a lot of Greek tournaments, and we trade ratings between each other. So nobody gains any rating, basically. It's the same with Poland, though, I think. Like, Polish people probably have the same problem. Except the really top ones. Okay, so I see some moves. Yeah, let's see. Okay, black played bishop f6. So bishop f6 move that makes sense. And white played bishop b4. So what's the idea of bishop b4? Probably he wants to lift this pawn up to a4. So as Jim Solver said, a6 a6 is an idea. So maybe white wants to enable the move a4 to counter this. So I would expect this is normal move, right? Rook f to c8, stuff like that. Why are you upset, Jim Solver? Has he compared Poland to Greece? I mean, if you look at there is a chart that shows like how underrated are chess players, comparing their URS and FIDE ratings. I think Poland is number one in Europe. Like they have the most underrated players, and Greece is number two. So I guess they're pretty comparable. So I'm comparing the club players, James Silver, not the GMs. I didn't say that the GMs are underrated. The GMs are not underrated because they play in every country. So you can't say a 2600 is underrated, unless there is some like special circumstance or something. So I'm comparing the 2000s of Poland, let's say, to the 2000s of Greece. Nice save, lol. No, but it's true. Like, I mean, we played a tournament with Anna-Maja. We played in Arad, right, in Romania. Uh, Not underrated GMs. Well, some of them may be underrated, especially if they're mostly solving puzzles instead of playing games. But yeah, we played a tournament with Anna-Maja, and there was this guy Slomka, who was in the chat earlier, whose rating is like 2200 on chess.com. His FIDE rating was 1200. So imagine you're facing a 1200 who is basically my strength. I mean, I've played Slomka. Yeah, we're like, I think we're like 3-2 in favor of me or something in our games or something like that. And he's 1200 FIDE. So yeah, he obviously played there in Romania. He farmed like 100 points. He went like plus 100. And now, okay, there is this rating compression. So his rating is now like 1700. But he's still extremely underrated at 1700. So yeah, Poland has some crazy underrated people. I don't think I've played a Polish 2000. The only Polish guy I played was a FIDE master. His name was Patryk Chilewski or Chilewski, something like that. I don't know how you pronounce that. And I lost that game. I was winning. I was up a pawn in the opening. Classic, right? I mean, I'm always better than I throw. And he actually played very well in the endgame, and he played a really good game. I was not winning. That was an overestimation. I was better, but he was always, hanging on. Then I sacrificed that pawn back. Then the position was equal, but it's Chilewski. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I lost the game eventually. I don't remember what happened actually in the end. How did I blunder? I don't remember. But this was the first round of Pardubice Open 2022. It was a cool game. I had black as well. Yeah. I don't think I've played anyone else from Poland. I mean, I've never been to Poland, so it makes sense. I'm pretty scared of facing Polish guys though. Like, from what I've seen, they're very underrated in my rating brains. Like Polish 2000s are probably better than me, I would say. Nice recovery. Team Solver is just trolling me, I think. Okay, Anna-Maja's played Rook C8, Rook F8. And Pranith is thinking. So 23 minutes for Pranith, 30 minutes for Anna. Is A4 a move? What is black threatening here? Ooh, computer doesn't like A4. I'm thinking, how can we give exchange back on C6? Obviously, we can't do that because we lose. But can we go like A6, AB, Rook B8, exploiting the pin? There is some knight takes B8 though. Rook takes 4, knight takes D7. This is getting complicated. But A6 might be a nice start. So maybe A4 doesn't really work. I mean, trading pawns is definitely good for us. It might look weird because we're up on exchange, so technically we're up material. But we're defending, right? And I think it would be good to trade these two pawns because that also opens up the A file. So in Pardubice they got team event. Last year almost all rating prizes were won by Polish teams. Lol. I mean, yeah, it was a cool tournament. I would love to play again. Unfortunately, problem is there is no direct flight from from Athens even to Prague. Somehow they made the flights very difficult. I remember I had to go through Vienna. Actually, funny story time. Um, so when I was returning from Pardubice, I again was flying through Vienna. So I said, okay, let's stop in Vienna. We'll have a little tour of the city, and then I can fly to Athens, right? So the flight from Prague to Vienna was like delayed by 3 hours or so. So what basically happened is when we arrived in Vienna, I had like 1 hour, or no, that's not true. I had like 2 hours before my flight. But how is Anna doing? Well, she's up on exchange for a pawn, but her position is a bit worse, I think, because White has a lot of good play here. Passed pawn on d6, very good knight on c6, very active White pieces. It's dynamic, uh, dynamic compensation for the exchange. Yeah, that was probably stupid for me that I could take I should have taken something like a bus or something to Vienna. So the flight was delayed, yeah, and I had 2 hours. And like the pepega that I am, I was like, never mind, let's explore Vienna in like 1 hour. So I took the train to the city center. I took some doner kebab from some stand, and I saw, I sat there by the river. I was like, okay, at least I saw Vienna. Took some pictures. I ate my doner, and then, and then I'm gonna take my return train back to the airport, right? So what happened, however, was that the train broke down, and we were about to miss our flight. So yeah, I was pretty panicking because I had no other way to get back to Athens other than this flight I booked, and I was definitely sure that they weren't gonna refund my flight ticket because I was a pepega and went to explore the city where it was like 2 hours. So we were trying to call a taxi inside the train with some other guys who also were afraid about their flight. I think we ended up, the train company actually ended up calling taxis for us. The taxis did came, but in the meantime they fixed the train. So actually we did go by the train. We arrived like 10 minutes before the flight was departing. So it was saved in the end, but it was quite funny. Now the Pardubice tournament itself is really nice. I had a great time there. I didn't play that great at chess, but I met some awesome people. Uh, Anna's friend, actually, Maaike Ketman from the Netherlands, was there with her boyfriend. They're really nice guys. And we hung out quite a lot with them. I went with Vlad, by the way, who's probably still in the chat lurking. And yeah, it was a nice time. I think we took a little bit too much advantage of the cheap alcohol prices there to play good chess, but I did have some good games. I beat some 2150 guy with black, which was my highest black win. But in the end, it wasn't a good tournament. Like in the final rounds, I actually was feeling a bit tired. Hello, Vlad. I'm talking about the Pardubice tournament that we both played. Uh, what did you miss? I mean, this is the current position. The PGN is working just fine. So yeah, it's exactly what I do in Pardubice. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so White has played Rook to C1. That move makes sense, right? It's bringing the last piece into the game. White is tightening the grip. Maybe trying to go for some tactics. I don't know, some knight e7 maybe would work. Also, maybe an idea is that if we play a6, White wants to play b6. So defending the knight. so that b6 is possible, b6, b7. So maybe discouraging the move a6. So if we play here a6, yeah, I guess this might be a problem. The computer doesn't like b6. Maybe yeah, even b takes a6 actually. It could go. So a6 probably not a move. Hard position, hard position. 23 minutes, by the way, for white. The clock is frozen again. I have to refresh again shortly. But yeah, hard position here for us. Like, white has sacrificed the exchange, but I don't see how we can get out of this bind. What can we try? Maybe we can bring this bishop back to d8, although that sounds a bit counterproductive. Like, we just brought the bishop to f6. Also, yeah, bringing the bishop back would allow 95, so probably not. Probably not. How to break free here? h5, h4. I mean, yeah, but what is the threat? Like, you're just moving random pawns? Or... Thank you, chess.com, for... Oh my god, okay. Bishop f6 was played there. Bishop b4, I believe. Rook c8, rook c1 again. That was not hard. h5, okay. Where are we going to party bits? I don't think I'm going, guys. As I explained, it's too far away from me. Yes, Vlad, you solved the live moves issue. Thank you. There is no back rank mate. Yeah, I guess. Oh, okay. Anna played almost h5. She played h6. h6. But I don't see. White is just tightening the grip. White played a4 almost immediately. Yeah, these pawns are very dangerous. I don't like that. Like, white is going a5, b6. It looks very grim. It looks very grim. You know, this looks like a game in which Anna is trying her best to stay alive, keeping the position, but white being a GM, he's keeping that advantage and trying all the time, pressing, you know, and improving the position, basically. Like, it feels like all of his pieces are doing something. You know, they serve a function. And our pieces, I mean, this rook, what is this rook doing? It's just sad on a8. Yeah, I don't know where this went wrong. Probably somewhere in the opening. I think even from the early opening. I mean, the obvious joke is it went wrong in move 1, right? But, okay, jokes aside, like, I think this bishop b6 maybe is wrong, right? And she should have brought the bishop back to e7 or f8. Computer was giving king h8? What? Okay, I've never considered... Why would you go here? I guess to avoid some checks on e7. Okay, makes sense. But... Okay, you avoided the checks on e7. What's the plan? Like, why would you put your king on h8? I mean, if you have nothing else to do, you can just go back to g8. I don't know. King h8, king g8. Anna's played really well. I mean, she definitely has done really well, because if you're in a lost position objectively against GM and move 10, making it to move 30, 35 is an achievement. Like, but it's still a loss, so you can't be too happy about that. You need to review something. Maybe the openings were king h8 to avoid check. I mean, I don't know. You Polish guys, you know all about these silent king moves in the middle of the game, right? But yeah, your opponent will make a mistake when you're defending move after move, Habi said. Bro, all the time I'm trying to refresh. The one time I don't want to refresh, just the comments auto-refreshing. Okay. And now I don't remember the moves. Okay, it's 8-6 and 8-4, right? Yeah, so... You're impressed by the fame of this move? I mean, I'm just trolling. I'm not meaning anything. Yeah. But yeah, King 8-8 sounds similarly strange. Like, why would you move your king? What? Why did he play 14b5? So yeah, this also might have been a mistake. Yes, he probably should have gone b6 there, I guess. Yeah, maybe she underestimated knight d4. She thought that she's sacrificing the pawn, but winning this pawn, and it's okay. She probably underestimated White's play. GMs sometimes make the weirdest random king moves. I mean, yeah, you see a lot of times GMs, make some g3, king g2 in the middle of the game, right? This is probably when they nothing much is going on. They just improve their position and wait for the position to unveil itself, I would say. So, yeah, I'm not a GM. I can't explain that. That's my best explanation, I guess. Yeah. He moved a4. Yes. How do we have any more moves? Let's see. Okay, we have one more move. So she played a6, which I guess makes sense. I'm worried. I mean, yeah, more sense than king h8 at least. We are threatening, kind of trading this pawn, but I'm a bit worried. So first moves we calculate here. The clocks, by the way, if I didn't tell you, she has 23 minutes. This is move 27 completed, so they have 13 moves to make. 23 minutes for Anna-Maja. White is thinking, and he has 19 minutes. Sorry, Blue Boy. I in my mind I thought I mentioned it, but I didn't, so I just realized. So 23 minutes for Anna-Maja, 19 for Pranith. Now Pranith has some choice here. He can take on a6, because this knight is protected. But that kind of eases a little bit of the bind. Now I'm not sure... Okay, disconnects the pawn. Black is still kind of paralyzed. So this might be an idea, but at least, the pawns get a little bit disconnected. Maybe rook b8, but rook b8, knight takes b8. So, yeah, we can't move the rook just yet. Maybe rook a7? I don't know. Like, this rook is very clumsy. So ba6 is one option. b6 is another option, which we talked about. Trying to go with a5 as well and get two pushers, something like this. Maybe sack back. We could give the exchange here, but yeah, we could go somewhere like this at the correct timing, right? And try to somehow hold this endgame. I could see this happening. I don't know if this is the correct timing, because this looks pretty bad. Like, this is unstoppable, right? d7, rook c8. So we can't do that just yet. But at some point, maybe there will be some sack. I don't know. B takes a6, rook c6. Okay, so you want this. But queen takes c6, what are you going to do? Are you... Again, if you take here, I take with the rook d7, rook c8. And doesn't look to me like black is surviving. Yeah, it's a tough position, I would say. It's a tough position. At least we've made our opponent think. So he is still thinking. He has 17 minutes. So these two moves are definitely candidates. Yeah, this rook is just terrible. I mean, at least... Well, if black could move again, right? If Sada to acted, I saved the soul. Okay, that's probably also an old comment. Do you mean with the... I mean, if you mean for the live moves, it's not my doing. It's helpful people in the chat and in the organizing team. I am just the middleman, basically. But yeah, what was I saying is, if white wastes a move, then we could at least free up our rook, right? But that is probably never going to happen. Like, white is not going to allow this. I think white is either going to take on a6 or go b6 here. Not sure which one is better. I have contacts in the organizing team. I think Vlad contacted the arbiter. Or, well, it's not the arbiter. He's like the co-organizer. He contacted Zibit, basically. Who is also a Twitch guy, so... Yeah, b6, ba are, I think, the two moves. Okay, there was... Oh, wow! Okay, I'm surprised by this. This is a good... He played g3, guys. He played g3, so... He gave us enough time. See, I told earlier about GMs playing g3, king g2 in random places. He probably thought g3, king g2, I don't know. But g3, and we took on b5. So, Anna might be coming back into the game. I really like this, because, okay, we get a tempo to free up our rook. Like, this rook is getting activated. It's all we needed. I don't know why he didn't take. Maybe he didn't like to double his pawns or something. So, yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe he wants to play 8x b5 and then b6 later or something. I don't know what he is thinking. So, okay, he has taken back with a pawn. And it's now black to move. So, Anna is in 22 minutes. Opponent is on 17 minutes. So, yeah. Okay, black to move again. So we do have the open A file. How can we take advantage of it? Can we go rook a1? Trade some pieces? Probably not. Yeah, the computer instantly refutes my move. Let me see the refutation. Okay, rook a1, bishop a1, 97. Yeah, this is winning. So we can't do that. Can we go rook a4? No. Yeah, I guess 97. Yeah, this is a problem. So a rook can't move. A rook can't move. So what do we do? Do we move the king? Like the computer wanted. King h8. And just do nothing. That could be a plan. I mean, maybe that's why I played... Yeah, rook b... Wait, rook b8. Is there not this move? Ah, there isn't. Because rook takes c4. 97, rook c1. Somehow white is still surviving here. Okay, but no. Okay, so knight b8 is not possible. Ah, rook b8. Okay, rook b8 we can do, yeah. That stops b6. For the time being. We can maybe organize something like this. Maybe not now. Actually, this might be a plan, yeah. Rook b8. It's hard to find moves though, like... Yeah, king a8. I mean, if you start making this kind of moves, it's just saying, you know, I'm waiting while playing king g2. We'll probably go back to g8. This actually might be a plan, you know, just doing nothing, wait for white to do something. Because white... Okay, maybe we can push this pawn, but can't really do much else. You saw a glimpse of hope in the camera? I mean, that is the entire camera view, so... Yeah. Not sure I can help with that. Anna is surviving for longer than her camera, lol. You just blundered 97. Yeah, I'm sorry for the tactical blunders, guys. I just put these moves and the computer swings the evil all around, then I know I've blundered, so look for for a blunder. Yeah, rook b8 is nice. King h8. Actually, yeah, king h8 makes sense because we walk out of some 97 tactics. That's a good point. Is this position a knife edge? We have to be careful. Okay, of course Anna-Maja is not gonna play the stupid moves I made earlier. Just did it to illustrate that we cannot activate a rook easily. But rook b8 is possible since knight b8 we are taking here. Knight d7 we're taking here. So yeah, that's good for us. Has she moved? No, she has not moved. So okay, don't make any more moves, someone on YouTube saying. What about bishop d8 to b6? That could probably also... Okay, we can't go to b6 though, because again, knight e7. If we leave this diagonal, knight e7 is going to happen. Now bishop d8 could be a reasonable move, I guess. But the problem here is that, okay, white can still go b6, I think. Okay, maybe not. But we cannot take, because knight e7. But maybe we can go like queen b7, take on b6. This bishop is stopping the promotion in a way. And yeah, so b6 might not be possible. Yeah, bishop d8, I guess, also possible. In fact, I like this move. I like this move. I also like this king h8. The clocks are correct now. I can tell you the actual times. Both players have 17 minutes in the live PGN. So approximately correct, yes. The correct times are 17 minutes each. And we are on move 29, so we have 11 moves till the time control. So yeah, bishop d8 is definitely a consideration. King h8 I like as well, to just walk out of the potential forks on e7. And rook b8 was the move Jim Solder suggested, so that's also a decent move. We have to be a little bit careful to not hang something. It doesn't work now, but white might play some tricky move like king g2, and then we have to think again. We probably have to put it on b7. We probably have to move the king. I don't know. So maybe rook b8 is a bit... Maybe it's a good move, but it's a bit scary. So, yeah. Anna's strong. Yeah, I agree. Anna's done very well to keep on par with GM's moves for so long. And, I mean, she's probably making it to the second time control as well. But again, I would hope for a little something out of this game. Like, at least a draw would be nice. It is definitely within reach, I would say, so... Yeah. Okay, so Anna-Maja has moved. And her move was king to h7. Rather than to h8. So that's, I guess, also a good move. Getting the king out of the line of fire of knight e7, and preparing to activate a rook, perhaps. This is, I guess, the plan. So king h7, good move. Really enjoy your commentary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for ignoring sometimes the YouTube comments, as I have to turn around to watch them. But thank you very much. It was the best move by the engine. Okay, nice to hear that. So Anna-Maja is playing like an engine then. And her opponent is thinking. So Praneeth actually has to find some good moves here, because it looks like black is holding on for now. It looks like... I mean, black, even if you do nothing, you shuffle the king between h8 to h7. Yeah, it's hard for white to make progress. Can I show us the moves from 25 to now? Just scroll down. Yeah, it looks like a mess, doesn't it? So the moves from 25. 25 was rook fc8, rook c1, h6, a4, a6, and g3, that is the correct line. 8x b5, 8x b5, and king h7. That is the correct variation. Yeah, chess.com is a little bit weird with the variation trees, so that's why I don't scroll down, because people will get confused. Yeah, so I see that the evaluation, bishop c5 is apparently the best move. I don't really know what the point is, though. Like, okay, bishop c5, what next? How to continue here? It does look like black has solidified the position. It does look like we are not in immediate threat anymore. So, as I said, even if we shuffle our king back and forth, I don't see why it having like a way forward. Anna Kremlin lost. That is sad. Who was she playing? I didn't have time to check. Okay, so white played the GM move, king g2. So you see, I said g3, king g2, guys, and white did exactly that. So maybe I know a few things or two about how GMs play. So g3, king g2. Yeah, that was kind of unnecessary, but sometimes GMs do that. So king g2 was played. Queen b7 was Anna-Maja's move. That's what she did. So she's maybe rearranging the pieces, maybe waiting a little bit. Maybe she's just gonna go back. I don't know. Maybe pinning the knight to the king. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if white goes here, and black goes back. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Yeah, king g2, I cannot understand this move. Like, why is the king better on g2 than it is on g1? Like, you're just on the open diagonal. But sometimes GMs, they do this kind of move. You might see, h3, king h2 now, something like this. I don't know. Like queen b7 I like, limiting white's options. I think white is maybe a little bit of at a loss of how to progress, despite being into a GM. So yeah, let's see if he makes a move. Okay, so GM has played. He played queen to d3 check. So he's giving a check, and Anna, I assume, will go to h8 in order to not fall into any 97. Now, the thing I'm a bit afraid of is, did we open up for the move d7 by moving our queen out of d7? I am not sure, but I don't know. It's difficult for white to make progress here, because the pawns are kind of blockaded. Like d8 is controlled, b6 is controlled. It's interesting. GM Solver, what do you think of g3, king g2 in this position? What is the point of this move? Please tell us. We can't explain it. Why do GMs love to do this kind of moves? King g8 now loses. I'm sure she will not play king g8. I mean, that's, yeah, there is 97. I get it. Some kind of, well, 97 is not possible. How does this lose exactly? Let's see. This loses, apparently. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't think it loses, but I think king h8 is pretty automatic. To just don't allow any checks. Oh, okay, this I did not expect. So she actually blocked the check with g6. Ooh, the engine doesn't like that. Yeah, why make a pawn move here? Okay, maybe she didn't want to go to the back rank. g6. Computer says this is bad. I mean, I could see this h4, h5 being an issue. Yeah, like anytime you see this pattern, this move comes to mind. I don't like g6. Don't see what's wrong with king h8. Maybe she was afraid of some d7 idea or something. I don't know. This G6 feels a bit too loose. We tried to copy the GM, played King G7 as well, but it might not work. Why did you go G6? I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe she was afraid. Maybe she was afraid of some like Bishop C3, Queen, something like this. But this seems very far fetched, right? Can't see what might be. Yeah, let's try like Bishop C3. That's not even win for black. Okay, so probably not that. Don't know what she was afraid of here. My engine has depth of 3. My engine is intentionally very weak because I don't want to look at the engine moves. But yeah, G6 is it feels kind of awkward. And white has played the move D7. So maybe this queen D7 was also a little bit hasty, right? We moved the queen out of the D7 square. We pinned the knight. D7 is really bad, says Vlad. What? Why? She just needs to find the rook C7. Uh-huh. So I guess if we go like rook D8 here, that loses because white will just go something like king G1, right? And wait, no, but that, no, we hang a pawn. Wait. Why does this lose? Queen F3? Ah, yeah. So blocking Queen F3, and black probably is forced to give up the exchange. So after D7 we go rook C7, and Queen F3. What is this position? Okay, bishop here, I guess. Queen takes F7. Rook takes D7. Is that? And queen takes here. Is this the draw that you're talking about? Yeah, I mean this looks like. I mean, if we eliminate the D7 pawn, King G7. Chad is saying King G7 here. Okay. What is this? Okay, this is a crazy position. Like position is about to go completely crazy. Bishop D8 would be bad. You don't want to hang queen takes F7 with check, right? This is probably very bad. You're talking about the draw after D7, Rook C7. Anna is, by the way, still thinking after D7. She has 12 minutes. Opponent also has 12 minutes. Rook C7, Rook D1. Why would white play Rook D1 instead of Queen F3 though? Okay, let me go here. Rook D1. Rook takes C6, BC6, Queen C6. King back. And we go like here, I guess. And everything is fine. Is it though? Are we sure that white does not play something like Queen D2, Bishop A5 and just queens? I'm not sure that is a draw. Or even H4, H5. You can push here with white. I don't think it's a draw either. Yeah, I think white's better. Like pawn on D7, you can never take, and the pawn on D8 is the queen is square on D8 is dark, so we should control that with the bishop on A5. I don't know. Guys saying, James Oliver is saying don't think it's a draw. He says draw. I don't know. Okay, my 1900 opinion is white is winning. Practically here. I think this pawn on D7 is hard to play against. I can see, like Rook d8 is bad, like bishop a5. And white will have to give up some... Black will have to give up something soon. And white can also open up a second front here with h4, h5 maybe. So this all is nice. And there is also the move rook c7, queen f3 that needs to be calculated. So Anna-Maja has played rook c7, which I guess is the only move. Because it's aimed at going to d7. You cannot break the blockade on the dark squares. But what? Can I just not play bishop a5? Anyway, rook c7 was played. And the opponent's thinking. 12 minutes for Anna-Maja, 12 minutes for the opponent as well. Both players with really good time management. They are using exactly all of their time. We have 7 minutes, 7 moves more to make until the time control. They both have about 12 minutes. And this is about to get really complicated. So this is where the game is probably going to be decided. Okay, so we expect... Okay, white has 2 candidate moves that we've talked about here. Queen f3 and rook d1. So let's see again. Rook d1. Black is probably going to shock, right? Okay, we agree with that because as soon as we unprotect the c6 square, black's definitely going to give back the exchange for a pawn and try to hold this position. So I guess you just wait, right? King g7. So I'm going to play here queen d2. What is your move? I'm just preparing this. So you just have to tell me your move here. I just play h5. Okay, so you play h5. I play h4. Let's go like this. Again, your move. Do you play king h7? I don't think this is a draw. Like, I mean, I have no doubt Casper will beat me with either color, but the 2200 should hold. Do you think you would lose as white against the GM? That is a strange comment. Like, how can white ever lose here? There is no plan for white. I mean, I told you the plan is to go here. Okay, let's say that you play king h7, right? I play here. Have I blundered something? You're sure you can lose this with white? Interesting. Okay, so you still wait? Do you want me to make a queen? Or are you going to play here or what? I guess you are, right? So bishop d8 is forced. And now we are taking back the diagonal. Bishop c3. Yeah, it says the comment is annoying. So what are the moves here? Queen d3 check, d6. God, I forgot the moves. Queen d3 check, d6. King g2. Guys, I'm so sorry. I forgot the moves completely. I can just look at them in the study, I guess. Wait. King g2, queen b7, queen d3 check, g6, d7, rook c7. White just played the move rook d1 with 9 minutes on his clock, and Anna-Maja is willing to go. So I guess this endgame will happen. Let's see. I believe it's winning. Okay, people are saying it's winning. I do believe it's good for white, but she has to play rook takes d6, right? She has to sacrifice the exchange back. I'm sure she will find this. I don't think there's any other move because white is just threatening this. So, yeah. Or well, I'm not sure if he's threatening this immediately, but you cannot let this knight stay is the point. So if I play a random move, let's say king g7, white is winning. I guess there is some queen f3 as well, but maybe rook d7. Maybe bishop here. Yeah, I think you have to take on c6. Okay, so rook c6 played, bc6, queen c6, check, and white presumably is going to go king g1. This endgame will happen, and it means bragging rights for Vlad next hour. I mean, I hope Vlad is right that this endgame is a draw, but I am not sure. Bro, you cannot do anything to me while you are stuck defending d7. That's basically what I'm claiming. If you find the line wins right, go for it. Is this gonna happen again? Oh god, okay. Let's try to make the moves. Here, 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 here. Is this the position? Yeah, I think it is. Chess.com is trolling me again. Guys, what is up with Chess.com? Can you stop refreshing, please? Okay, this is like a testable course. This is like I'm repeating the same moves over and over. Yeah, that was exactly my plan, Jimson. That was exactly what I was trying to do. So queen check. So I'm going to make waiting moves for black, right? So you said you play h5. I said I play h4. Okay, this is normal. King g7. Okay, my move. Bishop queen d2. Your move king h7. My move bishop a5. You have to play bishop d8. You have to play bishop d8. And I go bishop c3. And my claim is that I will use the dark squares now against your king. So, why not switch to an analysis board? I guess people want to still see the delayed clocks and the names and the scores. So, maybe not. So yeah, this is the plan. How are you defending Vlad? I don't see it. What is your move? Move. The moment you try bishop c3, I pin you along the third rank and force rook c1. So do you want to play here? I mean, I don't like this move, but where? Here? I mean, this looks a bit dangerous. I don't know. You can add names and scores, and I don't think people really want to see the late close when you can tell us the updated ones. I mean, someone asked for it earlier. So, I'd rather not mess up the layout too much. I mean, yeah, white is winning, I think. I don't see how black is surviving this. So, you also have the maneuver. How? How? Yeah, so you have to play like f6 here, right? And then it's a whole different story. I still have this bishop before bishop f8, yeah? And now this g6 pawn is feeling very weak. I don't like this for black. Maybe a GM could hold. I don't know, but it looks unpleasant. Rook b8, rook b5, rook d5. Maybe, yeah. This could be a move. Although the moment you leave the, you know what happens? The moment you leave, it's white to move here. Okay, let's make a random move. The moment you leave the rank, I don't know if I can take here. Did I miss anything? Isn't this winning? Maybe not, yeah. We have rook b7. I don't know. Okay, interesting. Maybe it's a draw. I don't know. It looks very unpleasant though. Okay, how did we get there? So queen takes c6 on the board. King g1 is played by Pranith. Hello, blue boy. Welcome back. This is the live position where we are looking at it. White has 9 minutes. Anna-Maja has 6 minutes. So a little bit of time trouble. Anna-Maja is on move 35. So 5 moves remaining. Rather 6 moves remaining to make time control. And we are debating if this endgame is winning or not for white. Or black can be able to hold. I don't know what the conclusion is. I think white is definitely the one pushing for a win, but maybe black with very careful defense can hold. I mean, if I had this position against the GM, I would definitely expect to lose, but Anna-Maja is definitely a better chess player, so we hope that this is holding. White has a lot of tricks though, so we have to be careful. Yeah, we sacked the exchange back. Actually, it's good that black lets us sack the exchange, right? Because now it's equal material. The only problem is this pawn. Like, if somehow we could trade away this pawn, even if we lost 2 pawns, so let's say that white lost these 2 pawns and this pawn was also gone, then probably the position is a draw. 3 against 2, I think. So this is actually probably the best we could do given our position. So very big props to Anna-Maja for finding the best moves and trying to survive this endgame. So I would say she has defended very, very well. And I would almost say that she deserves a draw after that defense. But let's see. Lichess engine is giving only 0.1. Okay, then I guess we have the objective answer. But okay, like from a practical point of view, white is much better here. Like white is still pushing. There's not only these bishop maneuvers that I did. There's also like queen trade ideas, even rook trade ideas. You never know. I'm especially worried about the dark squares around our king. I think these could be exploited by some clever maneuvers by white. So yeah, I don't know. So Anna has 4 minutes. She needs to find a configuration that works for her in the next few moves. I like the move h5 because that stops the h4 ideas, the h4 h5 ideas. So yeah, that is one plan. Can we try rook b8 with immediate idea for rook b5, rook d5? So rook b8 suggested. I guess white is going here, right? And he's forcing you to go here. And okay, maybe here now. Rook b5. Wait, no, this blunders a piece. You can't do that. Do you take? Surely not, right? What do you play here? Because you can't play rook b5. Do you take here? I think that you cannot do that, right? Because you don't have enough defenders on d8. So You'd have to play a waiting move. E5, blocking the main. Oh, so you want to play like this, okay. And on h4 you have enough time to play h5, okay. Maybe. I could believe that. h4, h5, bishop b4. I'm threatening this. You probably have to play king g7. Otherwise bishop f8 will be checkmate. This might be weak in the future as well. Like I'm thinking bishop d6 is even possible. So how does this is refuted, by the way? Bishop d6. Ah, you go here. And I'm queen e3. Well, how do you protect the pawn? What am I missing? This looks strange. This is a very interesting endgame. Sorry for using engine, but I wanted to check it deeper. I mean, yeah, it's interesting for sure. So apparently this endgame is a draw. So that is actually very good for Anna. Like she found the opposition that is a draw. That is impressive. So I guess White made a mistake. I guess the mistake was, yeah, this weird, oops, g3 king z2. That was not needed, and allowed Black to sacrifice the exchange back and obtain this this position. However, Anna has like three minutes on the clock. So let's see the actual game. King g1. She played the move king g7. No, the position is incorrect. Don't be afraid that she blundered. She played king g7 here. Yeah, so this is the correct position. Okay, so king g7 seems like a waiting move. Perhaps getting away of some checks. Now this might get into some trouble because bishop c3 comes with check. So king g7. I'm not sure what the thinking is behind that, because she actually thought for quite a while. She's actually down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Opponent is thinking he has 7 minutes. So both players using their final minutes for their final moves. After move 40, so in 5 more moves for each player, they will get 30 additional minutes. So king g7 is being played. White is thinking. So White has to concoct a plan of how to deal with it. I like the move h4 here. If I was White and my opponent was in time travel, I would instantly play h4. This cannot be wrong, right? I'm threatening to put a pawn h5 and loosen up the black king side. So yeah. But this is very interesting. Like if she's able to hold this against GM, then it's genius play, I would say. Like after what she got out of the opening against the Grandmaster, to be able to hold a draw is unbelievable. Yeah, after h4, I'd expect that Black would go h5 almost immediately. White's still thinking. It will feel like a win. Yeah, this would be amazing if she manages to hold this. I mean, I'm sure, I haven't checked with a stronger engine, but I'm sure at some point the evaluation was like +4 or something. I mean, this engine gave like +3 or at some point, I believe. So if you run it on a higher depth and with a stronger engine, it was definitely more. So yeah, holding this position would be absolutely amazing for Anna, I think. They are exactly 300 elo apart. Yeah, That is true. So that means with a draw, she's getting exactly 7.5, right? Is that correct? Might be wrong, but approximately 7.5. Holding it would be better than some wins for sure. Guy will try everything, including pawn shops. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if White tried some crazy ideas like G4 for. I mean, he looked like a very calm player with this G3 King G2, but I wouldn't be surprised if White tries this, especially if Anna is very, very low on time. For now, White is still thinking. He's down to 5 minutes. So, again, and he has just moved. So he played H4, and I expect H5 to come quite soon. Is H5? Is there any problems with that? Doesn't seem to be. Okay. So H5 I'd expect to come quite soon. We did this, we taught her endgames. Lol. Okay, yeah, I would expect to see H5 played quite soon. There is no need to lose. I mean, there's no need to allow this. Like, why would you do that? So, it's very normal, I think, to go H5. Okay. Correspondence DGT. White will manage to win. A GM know how to make her sweat, says someone on YouTube. I mean, yeah, GMs are very good at this type of positions where you basically have no risk to lose and you're just trying to crack up the opponent's defenses. But if the position is a draw, that means if you find the best moves, the game's a draw. So we have to believe. We have to believe. Tell him okay, yeah. And H5 as expected, so she played that. A little bit slower than I would have liked to, because she is now down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. That position looks stable, I would say. Like, she should be able to come up with 4 more quick moves to get to the time control. Let's see. Can Anna hold this or not? We will get to time control quite soon because both players are quite low on time, so we're expecting some instant moves here. 4 minutes and 40 for White, 1 minute and 40 for Black. Has he made 40 moves yet? No. This is move 36, so White is now thinking on move 37. So both players have to make 4 moves to get to the time control. She did play H5, yes, Blue Boy. It's White's turn now. So yeah, final moments of the first time control. And I think we're quite happy with the position so far. Like, let's see. I think White might try to go some Queen D2 here. This is my feeling. Trying to maybe threaten some Bishop C3, some Rook C1, some Bishop A5. I think Queen D2 is a move that would be quite sensible from White. He's still thinking. He's calculating his options. Alexandra, thank you so much for the raid. The party of 87. Welcome. You're joining us in a very critical moment. Final moments of the first time control. Both players are under 3 minutes. And White actually came with a really interesting move. Bishop to D2. Bishop to D2. What is the point? I guess Rook C1. Then Rook C8. Some kind of weird move like that. Okay, that might be hard to meet. Rook C1, Rook C8. But we are controlling the D8 square, so maybe we do not need to worry. Which move are they on? This was move 37, so we need to have 4 more moves. Anna is down to 1 minute. Another idea, Bishop G5, says Blue Boy. Yeah, true. That could also be a move. So I'm wondering, can we go Rook D8 here maybe? Alex had double win. Nice. Congrats. I saw her tournament wasn't going really well, so it's really nice that she was able to turn it around And okay, so Anna-Maja has played queen to d5. So do we like that? Doesn't this... Queen to d5. So she's trying to block the d-file. So she's realizing this was blocked. It looks like a scary move, guys. I don't know. Looks like a scary move. But I don't see anything immediate. So I think it's a good move. I mean, centralization is key, right? And Anna is down to 1 minute. 1 minute and 1 second. Opponent has 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 3 moves remaining for the time control. So let's see. Bishop h6 is the main continuation. Really? Wait, it's the point queen e3 check. How are you how are you continuing after that? So you go like bishop a6 king g8 or what? How is Anna doing? I will reply to the question after move 40. Thank you. Bishop h6. Okay, let's see. Bishop h6. Do we have to move the king, right? We cannot take. And I guess there is no time to win a pawn because the bishop is hanging. So you have to go back. And then I trade queens. If we manage to trade queens, we're in good shape. Yeah, so bishop h6, king h7. What about nice and simple queen b1? That might be an issue. Threatening bishop h6. We have to get out of the check, I think. Yeah, king h7 is the move. So queen d5. Looks like it's a great move by Anna. Bishop h6. Okay, yeah, white might try to pressure some endgame, but I don't really trust that. Let's see what did happen. So white took on d5. So queen takes d5. E takes d5. And white played bishop to e3. 39 bishop to e3. So this is the position. Black to move. Mere seconds for Anna-Maja. This is under 1 minute now. Opponent has still 3 minutes. d4, says Max. Doesn't d4 just hang a pawn? Why would we give a pawn? Is that endgame a draw? Does the king have enough time? Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Yeah. So can we she find d4? Let's see. I think she played it. Yes, she played it. d4. The opponent instantly took with the rook. Oh. Okay. So the opponent is saying we cannot take because this is check and I go bishop b6. So we have to defend this endgame now. This is move 40, so opponent has made the time control. Anna has to think on her move 40. She has 20 seconds. This is her last move. She gets 30 extra minutes after that. Just make a normal move. Don't take the rook on d4. Let's play like rook b8. I missed rook takes d4, guys. Yeah, that was... The opponent played it instantly as well. Bishop d8. That's the move I like. Bishop d8. Just try to bring the king to e7. Just try to bring the king to e7. This has to be a draw. Like, with bishops and rooks in. So it goes king to f8. Oof. That looks a bit suspicious. Why not blockade the pawn? Does bishop g5 work here? It's a good question. We'll probably just take it and go king e7, right? Yes, he did make move 40. So this is her move 40. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure why the engine doesn't like it. This looks like a draw to me, guys. I don't know. King f8 loses, says Trader. How, guys? Bishop g5 is the move? No, right? Bishop g5, we take. Yeah, queen doesn't work. So I guess it's moving the rook, right? Rook d3. But then bishop d8. Rook d6. Ah. Aha. Okay. Yeah. King e7, rook takes f6, right? This is the point. Yeah. Okay. So I guess rook d6 is winning. And this was move 40 as well. So okay, the engine here cannot keep up, I guess. But apparently people are getting banned. I don't know why. People are getting banned. So yeah, it's a classic example of move 40 being that move that's she was one move away. So what was the drawing move here, guys? Like bishop d8, I guess. Just bishop d8, right? Just keep it safe. Yeah. Keep everything protected, as people are saying. And I guess that was... Yeah, so Anna tried to be a little bit too quick. She tried, let's get her king quickly. Now, of course, white hasn't still played, so white might not... I mean, white has to move the rook, right? And apparently rook d5 is also a good move. So I guess the point is that after bishop d8, now you have rook e5. So yeah, this is probably lost. Rook e5, and if the king goes back, bishop g5. Maybe h5 was a mistake after all. I don't know. Allowing the g5 square. So yeah, this king f8. I'm really surprised by this rook takes d4. Like I did not expect that. I think maybe Anna missed it too, because you think, okay, bishop d4, rook d4, rook d8, right? What is the evaluation here? You think, okay, can white try to break through here somehow? But it doesn't seem like. Like, okay, you can take, maybe try and win this pawn, but this should be a draw. This should be a Jesus de la Villa position with a draw. So you think that, and then the opponent just takes with the rook. And it's like, yeah, you cannot take. Because again, the reason we can't take is because this is check. And let's say we go f6, bishop b6. And our king is not in time. If our king goes on e7, we would manage to catch the pawn. But unfortunately we can't. So rook takes d4 is a move. And that was move 40 as well. So black here has to make a really accurate move. And she went king f8. You can still play bishop d8 after rook d6. Right. So what was the move here? King d8, rook d6, bishop d8. Yes, you can still do that. White probably... Okay, how does white win here? That's a good question. Because indeed we can play that. I guess the issue might be some idea like bishop c5. And how does white win here though? Because can't I just escape with king g7? This might not be so easy. Unless I'm missing something more direct. So this might not be so straightforward, guys. Yeah, after rook d6, bishop d8. I don't know what the engine says, but probably bishop c5, and yeah, I don't know. He is still thinking. He is still thinking. His clock shows 0. That's because, well, he has to make a move for the time to register on DGT. So when he makes a move, we will learn his time. But both players are getting an additional 30 minutes. Now this move, king f8, which might be the losing move. Very hard though, guys. Like, we can't blame Anna for not finding. Yeah, you can obviously say, okay, bishop d8 was more logical. You can, but okay, we have 10 seconds. We're playing a GM where we have played 40 moves of good chess against the GM. You can't. I think you can't blame her. So yeah, let's see. Bishop d4 and then rook c6. People are saying so. Okay, rook d6, bishop here, bishop c5, king g7, bishop d4, king f8, rook c6. That was your line. Don't I have time for king e7? Rook c8, rook a6. If you go here, this is a draw. It doesn't seem that easy to me for white. So I'm not surprised that that he's thinking, because he obviously doesn't know he's winning, right? So he might just believe the position is a draw. He obviously has to move the rook. Maybe rook d5 makes more sense than rook d6. Yeah, Anna looks tired. How can you see her? Unless Joan is at the playing venue and can see her. I think a good line is bishop d8, bishop c5, king g7. This is exactly what we said. Yeah, rook d6 is probably... Yeah, so white is still thinking. Oh, look, it looks like Nordi lost. Okay, GG's. Saj, I guess. But yeah, it's not obvious for me how white is winning, so maybe for GM it is obvious, but yeah. Take these zoomers. I mean, let's see. So if white plays a normal move, right? Like rook back, then it's again a draw. So white has to be very precise here. He is thinking. He is thinking. So well, how obvious is the win for white? I mean, I don't even know that. I haven't yet understood the winning variation, by the way. So some guy in chat said some like rook d6. Really? Really? Okay. I have to remember the moves again. What was the move here? Queen d5, right? Queen d5 takes. Bishop e3, d4. By the way, maybe d4 was a mistake. Rook takes d4, king f8. This is the position. White's still thinking. So this is move 41, which is a very common move number to make mistakes as well, because you know it's the first move after time control. You're overconfident, you might make the wrong move here. So Rinked won his game. Nice. I don't remember who he was playing, but GG. He's, I believe, on 3.5 out of 6. So nice. D4 was still okay. Yeah, because we said bishop d8 was a draw. Yeah, obviously. So d4 cannot have been the losing move. But yeah, move 41, we're basically hoping for a move 41 blunder. And even if he doesn't make a blunder, I don't think the win is that obvious. And White is taking quite a bit of time here. So, not sure. I think we've been waiting for about 7 minutes, my guess. I don't think she saw. Oh, you typed with the Australian keyboard and it was. We understood. I was actually kidding, but now I just saw her walk in front of the Borders Live camera and she does look tired. Okay, thank you for the update, John. But yeah, this rook takes d4 was probably really shocking, right? Because it was also move 40. So imagine you have 40 seconds. You have 40 seconds. And you're expecting your opponent to take with the bishop, and you're like, yes, I made the draw. Takes rook d4, rook d8, and I bring the king, and it's probably a draw. I will be able to showcase some endgame technique and hold the draw, and then you see the opponent take with the rook instantly, and you're like, what? Like, I would do like a face like this. I would jump, like, you know, like Ivanchuk when he played against Magnus. Although that was more of a happy move. So Vopola has played rook d6, says Vlad, and yes, we can confirm. And Anna plays bishop to e7, not bishop to d8. Okay, bishop e7. Doesn't this win for White? d8, right? You have played rook d8 and then bishop e6. Ah, yeah. Like bishop c7, bishop c5, rook d8, bishop b6, bishop d6, bishop d8, and your king cannot go here. No, but this is easy to find. He will find it. Yeah, this is sad. And even this doesn't work because we can just go back. And next move we go here. So bishop c5. White has to find an only move to win. I'm sure he will find it because, you know, I know he will find it because he knows already that sacrificing the exchange could be an idea. So because he played rook takes d4. So yeah, she instantly played bishop e7. So she is on 30 minutes. He has 20. What was the win after bishop d8 though, guys? Instead of bishop e7? Because that was not clear to me. Like, some guy said that after bishop c5, king g7, there was like bishop d4 and rook c6, but that doesn't work. Because bishop d4, king f8, rook c6, I go king e7. So where is the win here? I don't know. The engine here, the chess.com engine here says king g2. I would be surprised if this was the winning move. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I didn't have any doubt that he would play here. because he already knew about this idea of giving the rook up, and it's just an instant calculation. So yeah, a great effort. Unfortunately, move 40 was, you know, the last surprise by your opponent. And this is a very sad game, I think, because um, she fought so well, right? She fought so well. She was that close to getting draw against the GM. That would have been very well deserved. And it's one move away, basically. Like, if she plays bishop d8, she gets 30 more minutes to hold this position. It's not 100% sure, of course, that she holds, but I think she would have been able to find a way to eventually force some kind of drawn endgame. Would bishop h6 be an option? So here, right? So bishop h6, but now I go king g8, and now my rook goes to d8. So I don't know. You have to move the rook. I can even go like f6, king f7 here. So you're moving away from the main target with bishop h6. So yeah, so bishop c5 was the only winning move, apparently. I feel bad because I wrote king f8. Guys, okay, you shouldn't feel bad. It's, if anything, you should feel good, because you played same move as 2200 player. But yeah, this unfortunately is GG. White will be able to promote the opponent. It will be a bishop endgame. And this bishop, by the way, is in the right corner. So even if we manage to trade these pawns, white is still winning. How many moves for the increment? We already reached move 40, so both players are getting extra time. But the game is basically over, so it doesn't really matter. But it's impressive, like, she fought back from a position that was borderline lost against the GM. That doesn't happen often, guys. Like, I can't come up with another example where a GM was outplaying an FM and the FM fought back like that. I mean, I'm sure there are other instances, but it doesn't happen often. And she found some really good defensive moves, but unfortunately, time pressure, even her time management wasn't that terrible. Like, the only move that she made on increment was the last move, and that was the only move that was a blunder. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. That's she loses about 2.5 points. Yeah, but basically the difference between a win and a draw is always 10 points. So basically, if she made a draw, she would have 10 higher. So yeah, it's sad. I'm sure Anna will be sad after the game as well. But I mean, it was a good effort. It was a good effort. She made him think a lot. Came up with very tricky ideas. My personal opinion was that after, like, the queens were exchanged, I thought this was going to be a draw. I was really happy that the queens were off. Like, this queen d5 move played with like 2 minutes on the clock was a great move. Forcing the queens off the board, pretty much. And then, yeah, there was like one move more needed. What is the move after king g7? I mean, white can just take this pawn with check and then take this bishop. And how do you defend d8? So white is winning. Yeah, exactly. Like this rook d4 move, I am 90% sure she missed that. And obviously, like everyone missed that. I'm not sure if there's anyone to show it, like he can take the rook. So he played that immediately. I mean, you have 30 seconds to think. You have 10 seconds to write the move down, rook takes d4, 10 seconds to recover from the shock of an unexpected move. And yeah, and it's like, yeah, GM Solver also says like d4 is instant draw. So you missed rook d4 basically. Which, I mean, it's not the first move you think. And he played it immediately, so kudos to her opponent, like a future 2400, yes. But it's very hard. It's very hard. And then, okay, it doesn't change the evaluation, but you have to think. You have to think and come up with the best move in like 10 seconds. So, and this is why, guys, you should not look at engine. Like, engine, many moves could be a draw, many moves could be 0. 0.2, 0.3, stuff like that. But it's a different game, like with practical chances, right? So the move that puts the most tricks might not be the first line of the engine. So yeah. I mean, sometimes when the position has a lot of tactics, maybe you can look at the engine to see what's happening, but especially in position where it's like a draw is looking endgame, you should probably look at plans more. Like the endgame, the whole position after queen takes c6 check, I think. What we did here and tried to see what the plans are for both sides is much more useful than, going to the engine and see the first line is this, the first line is this, and playing all these moves. Wouldn't make sense. So. Yeah. So bishop c5 has been played. I'm pretty sure by now the GM knows that he's winning, and actually I'm pretty sure both players know that white is winning here. Like, it's just one simple line you need to calculate after rook d6, rook d8, bishop b6, bishop takes rook, bishop e7, and then bishop back to, let's say, b6. White promotes, black will be down a piece. I wonder what the accuracy of white is in this game, because he played really well. Like, maybe his only mistake was g3. Don't remember any other moves that could have been mistakes. Anna's opponent was born in 2007. Wow. Okay, I am very impressed that a kid, 17 years old, has this deep endgame knowledge. Like, if you told me that some guy like Ivanchuk would find this move, or I don't know, Sirov, or some experienced GM, I wouldn't be that surprised. But for a 17-year-old to play rook takes d4 instantly, and he calculated like 10 minutes, he found rook d6 best move, bishop c5 best move. I am actually impressed. Like, usually these Indian guys, they're only extremely good at tactics, and endgames are not their best. But of course, to be a GM, I guess you have to excel in all areas of the game. So, is he a new GM? I think so. Yeah, I remember him seeing in some tournaments that he was an IM. So, he's probably one of the newest grandmasters of India. And she resigned. Yeah, I guess he didn't. Okay, so what happened, I guess, is rook d8, bishop b6. It's the line we calculated. Bishop takes this, and Anna resigned in this position. So the game is totally over. GG's in the chat. Yeah, sad game. Don't really know what to say more than that. I guess it's different when you sit at the board and at home. Yeah, this is a very hard game to play as well. Like, imagine playing this game after a game in the morning. It's very hard. I hope this game doesn't tire her too much because there are still 3 rounds to go. She can still have a good tournament. I think she's still about on equal rating, right? She should be on about like maybe -1, -2, but it shouldn't be that much. So she can still end this tournament nicely. And going to such close game against the GM can only mean good things for the future, is what I will say. I mean, this rook takes d4 was it is a 9-rounder, yes, guys. So yeah, 3 more rounds. So I'm waiting for Anna. Anna should resign. Guys, Anna already resigned. So the game is over. Yes, 3 more rounds. No more double rounds, which is good. And then straight to Spain. I don't think she's going straight to Spain. I think she's going back home. She said she's going to pick some clothes, and she has a game. Wait, is she playing like Dutch League? That is strange. Okay, Anna guess will be shortly with us. Okay, I'm shortly with you, with Anna. Let me switch a few things up.
Hello.
Hello. Good game. GG.
I came back from the dead.
You put up a great fight.
Thanks. Oh, what that was such a disaster. I'm surprised it lasted this long.
Yeah, I mean, after the opening, I was really surprised that you'd find a way to make the game that long, and even, it was a draw, various points, so
Really?
yeah. But don't
I
feel
don't know
bad.
where I messed up.
Don't feel bad.
Hmm?
It was. We had James Solver in the chat, and even he didn't see Rook takes d4. So
I didn't
he,
see it at all. I was so happy that there was d4, and then he plays rook takes d4. I'm like, but what
yeah.
else could I have done instead of d4? Because I thought everything else is lost.
No, d4 is good, but your 40th move was losing, basically, which is crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like, okay, you have to play something like bishop d8 immediately or something, but you have like 10
It
seconds.
makes sense. You have to put the king on e6 as soon as possible, but I just miss bishop b6. Like, he plays bishop c5, and I'm like, are you kidding me? This is exactly what I was thinking about. And I think of rook d8 now, and I see bishop b6. I'm like,
Oh, okay.
because I saw almost everything, but I just miss bishop b6, and all of a sudden it's just
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, but he definitely misplayed so many things. Like he could easily push the pawns on the queen side, but he was not doing that. I don't know how you allowed me to do so much.
Yeah, he allowed you to open the A file. I think that was probably a bit weird. He could have maybe gone BA instead of just waiting with G3 King G2. I didn't understand that.
I guess he just didn't really know what to do. It was difficult as
It
well.
wasn't that easy to play there for him. Like you made it hard for him for sure. Like you played very well.
I don't know. I felt like he could just push the pawns. Like I don't know. Instead of allowing takes on d6, just I don't know, push somehow. I was just seeing like b5, c6. I'm go.
So do you know this opening, or do you want to say any comments about it? Because it was friends. I mean, I don't know.
When he played c4, I was like, wait, did I misplay this? And then it hit me. I need to retreat my queen to d7.
Oh, so you knew that the correct one was queen d7. Okay.
Well, I've had this like countless of times in blitz games, and for some reason it just didn't hit me that I am supposed to play queen d7 here. Only after c4, I'm like, something's wrong, but I don't like what I'm seeing here. And then it hit me. I just realized that queen d7 is a move.
Yeah.
Like 3 moves later.
But
Oh
even
my
like
god.
from this position to come back, it's like amazing. I don't know. I mean, you basically played
I
like a
know.
GM for
I
30.
mean, if I played against someone else, I had a good chance to like maybe win. Okay, win is maybe too much, but like the fact that I can handle such a position against GM, I mean, oh
I mean,
my
the
god.
position and move 30, move 40 for white is a draw. Like if you play bishop d8, it's a draw. So you basically play
I
like a
was like,
GM.
oh, I've thrown so many of such end games. Like I'm a master of that, and here we are again. I can't believe it. Just bishop d8. Just put the bishop there. Okay, the thing is that there are some positions that the bishop on d8 is. Okay, I guess no. Even if he puts the rook on c8, my king just comes closer. I don't know. I
Yeah,
think there's like timing of something that
it's
I
hard.
didn't understand.
I mean, it's hard. You have 10 seconds. Just move something. You, you couldn't imagine that he
Yeah.
was losing. So I mean, I understand. It's
Um.
like yeah.
42. Man, I was doing so well on the clock. I can't believe this. I was doing so well. Like, I really put pressure on the clock as well because I was playing much faster. Like, okay, I think the reason why I played relatively fast is because I know I'm losing. So
Yeah,
there's like
makes
nothing
sense. Yeah.
left.
So it's like on him to prove that he's
Yeah.
better or winning. I mean, after he sacrificed the exchange, it's basically like Europe material is just chilling. So
Yeah, was that necessary? Like, was he like still better after that exchange sacrifice?
not sure because it says the comment in is a bit potato, but I guess it was his best move. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was like completely unnecessary. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see like how he could win. Okay, maybe he just shouldn't have allowed a takes b5, but I don't know.
I mean, after knight c4, what else do you want him to do? Like, he can't allow your knight go there, right?
Yeah, true. I mean, that's why I'm saying like those like few moves he played, I was very confused. I thought there were better ways to handle the position, but I guess in that situation, that position, rook takes c4 is necessary.
Yeah. Thank you for the
I was
5 gift
so
subs, by the way.
happy. I was so happy after rook takes c6. I'm like, oh my god, I'm actually getting somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, that was the
And then he
moment when
played.
we all thought like, okay, if she can sacrifice the exchange back, then she's back into the game basically because maybe she
Yeah,
finds some fortress or something. But and we were
and like
arguing,
it
you know,
was
is this
such
position a
tricky
win?
tactics.
Is it a draw? Is it a win? Some people were saying not winning. Some were saying winning. I mean, objectively
Oh
it should be
my
a
god.
draw, but there are many tricks. So your
Yeah.
move queen d5 was really good. Like we
It
were
was
impressed by
so
it.
tricky. I'm like, ooh, bishop h6, king takes, queen e3 check. Ooh. Still, no, I think that's lost. But I was just going to play king h7.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
I don't know. It was sometimes intuition works, sometimes it doesn't, right?
yeah, I guess.
But I was really proud. I really saw a lot of tactics. Like I was amazed at how much I could see.
Yeah. So you
but
saw all
sadly
his
did not pay
tricks
off.
except one, basically. It's
Except
often
one.
it's often
Rook
how it
takes
goes.
d4. It's such a classic sacrifice too. So classic.
Did he play it instantly as well?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he knew, like, at that position, I have to play d4, and he just takes with the rook. Like, that's why he traded queens. I was really surprised. But I think he played it instantly, yes. Like, oh, okay, well, 30 seconds? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, we were also like d4 and draw, right? Because, okay, you run with the king to e7, maybe white takes the one pawn, but it's like f and h and the f pawn, something like this, and it should be a draw.
Yeah. I can't believe I threw this. Just put your bishop on d8. No, I'm still happy. I put up a fight, and I really thought this was going to be a 20 move loss. Like,
Yeah.
I really wanted to leave after 30 minutes.
Jim Silver, thank you for the 50 bits. He's saying I really didn't see rook d4. So I guess we have to give credit to your opponent, like he
Thank you.
found this well.
Yeah, no, I mean, he played well, but at the same time, I feel like he gave me too many chances. There was definitely better ways to play the position, but I mean, of course, like he, you know, I just didn't have a good time for like, I don't know how long has it been, like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
I guess 4.
Yeah, 4 hours and something.
Yeah. Oh well, what to do? We go next. I need to study openings. I was really overwhelmed at the board. Like, he plays so many different moves, and he also didn't play this ever. He plays knight c3.
Okay.
So yeah, it's funny because I was looking at files of this, like this line, but I was like, he's not playing this. Don't care. He's not playing this. Move on. And he plays. Tragic.
Yeah.
Oh well.
It's okay. I don't really know what to say. I mean, except good fight. Good game. I don't know.
It's okay. I'm not too upset. I mean, I'm already happy that I made it this far, and
Yeah, that's nice.
I made it very difficult for it. And
that's true. So 3 more games to go.
Only 3?
You want more? You have 2 more tournaments after it, so you can't complain
I
about
know, but like
games.
it feels like the tournament is just getting started.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it is because you're kind of on 0 points, like rating points. So those 3 rounds will determine what will happen, I guess. So yeah, 3 games.
Yeah, this round really sucked that I was playing against someone such like much higher rated. Like, I lost against 2450. It doesn't make sense logically to pair me up against 2500. But accelerated pairings for the win. So many quick results today too. I think because of this, like, the differences were too big. I could hear like the paper sheets, and I was like, what? Anyway,
okay.
I'm gonna go get some food.
Yeah.
Record the recap later tonight if the building is still open.
Probably a really long recap. Yeah. I guess.
Nah, I really thought it was going to be a short one.
But yeah.
I'll try to make it short. I don't want to bore people with all the lines.
Okay.
I also probably don't remember half of it.
Okay. We're waiting for it.
Thank you.
So
I also need to upload the other one. I was waiting for editor.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, well, thoughts, I guess, guys, Anna is off to dinner, and yeah, see you tomorrow.
Yes, I'm starving. Yes, thanks for commentary and thanks for watching, guys. Thank you so much. I still didn't pull up chat. I don't know why. I don't know. The phone is just sitting there. But I guess see you tomorrow at a more normal time. I'm excited for that. That tomorrow we have a normal round.
It's same time as the evening round today, right? So it's at 4.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. As long as it's not like 9 a.m. I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, enjoy.
All right.
See you.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks so much. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, guys. So again, before I end, I want to say huge thanks to Vlad and to Mr. Ingvar Johannesson for letting us have the live BGN. And thanks everyone for watching. Uh, and yeah, you can join us tomorrow. You can wait for Anna's recap of these 2 games of today on YouTube. And yeah, basically, yeah, have a good night. I guess mods will shortly raid summon, and yeah, that's all from me for today. Uh, see you guys. See you guys. Goodbye.